right down the line with the kiss.
40-30.
That serve kicked so high up off the screen. 40-30, Steinman trying to get a hold here. Can he do it? Good serve. I thought he was going to get the nick on the serve.
He went a little conservative on that serve, it looked like, but kept Ong and Granger back.
Steinman working through the sweat, trying to keep himself focused and in check to get a service hold here. Mike Marino, I mean, he's a crafty veteran.
Oh, good eye.
Deep from
That was
Granger.
Game.
Long ball. So Steinman Marino hold on serve in the third game of set number 2, up 2-1.
Second set.
That's a big hold for Mike Marino. Or I'm sorry, for Robert Steinman. He had been broken twice in the first set, so to get a hold there was pretty important.
Yeah. All right.
All right. I think our audio is good.
So, okay. So, heading to game number 4, we'll have Granger Ong on the serve.
See if Mitch Granger can kind of extend the hold here. No breaks so far in the second set.
Oh, service fault.
Granger puts it in the net on his first serve. That's a tough fault. A little bit of a whenever you get a break in between games like that. Oh, actually Granger Ong, they broke him. So Steinman.
All.
Oh. What? I don't know how. Yes. Yeah, 15 all. Oh, big spin there by Ong. Marino tried to attack it.
30-15.
I think it's 30-15 Granger Ong. Mike Marino really good with those backhand lobs down the middle. Steinman has just a strong backhand rip draw. Marino showing some wheels. Kind of rush the net and get back quickly. Andrew Ong, just a lot of spin on his shots. A lot of spin. Oh, and a nice shot there by Steinman to make it 30 all. You know, as we were talking about before, this is just a fantastic tournament, and it honestly wouldn't be possible without the support of both the leaders at the clubs as well as some of our sponsors have really kind of turned this into a premier event here in Indianapolis. Ludo Aaron, who's the director of racket sports at Meridian Hills, will have join us here in a bit.
40.
Ludo actually playing in the tournament himself with partner Dave Held.
Phenomenal racketeer.
His racket skills are amazing. His skills and other things are not as great.
Questionable. Questionable to say the least.
No audio.
Well, I'm enjoying your company.
Yeah, it's just a pleasure to talk.
Ball is out. 40 all. 40 deuce.
How'd you send out
Might
the
have a
wrong
little
leak?
bit of technical difficulties here in a second.
So I got to tell you, Chad, I stepped out for a moment of our hut. We're inside the broadcast hut here at Woodstock Country Club in Indianapolis, and stepped out just to ask the referee the score confirmation there. And seeing these guys live, I got to tell you, the TV just does not do it justice. These guys, I mean, this pace of play when you're out there, I mean, their movement around the court, it is so fast.
Really quick.
Really fast hands, quick feet.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, this is the APTA tour. I mean, this is high level paddle we're talking about. and seeing and witnessing firsthand here this weekend.
Kind of reminds me of the Mexican Mini Tour.
Very, very similar to Club Pro. Club Pro guy. I mean, just yeah, just high quality competition on the APTA tour.
Oh, got vertical.
And we confirmed it's two all, correct, right? Or is it
No, it's 2-1. 2-1. And
they've got it right.
it's correct on the
Advantage Marino.
on our broadcast, I believe.
2-1. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, we were just double checking the score.
Oh,
Diamond
big
just
drive by Granger. Good hands. Oh, good hands again by Marino.
Marino's able to get a racket on those volleys, and a lot of times he puts some backspin, so it gets deep into the backcourt, but still kind of finds a way to.
The challenge
hit it
is
bounce.
not to pop those up, right, and send them long.
You don't want to give these guys drives. I mean, the ability of Ong and
Marino.
Granger to kind of take
Marino
over a
Simon
point
lead
is
3 games to 1.
pretty powerful. So
Second set.
they don't want to give them free drives.
That was a point there for Marino Steinman.
Oh, yeah. Marino trying to get a hold here. So two games all.
Is that right?
Yeah, 'cause Marino had the serve. Yeah, he had the serve in the first game of the set. So I believe it's 2 all. And now 15 love in this game.
So what I was talking about earlier, and you'll see it on occasion from Steinman, he really gets vertical on some of his shots. He really tries to drive the ball down so it pops up and just drops into the corner, making it very difficult to play.
As soon as Ong and Granger take the net, you see they start to take advantage of the spin and really try to put those shots deep into the corner. Oh, nice.
Really
shot by
good
Marino, but
play.
Amazing that they could maintain the net. Now they've lost it. We've seen the net switch 2 or 3 times in these points, and it's really, really good momentum shift.
That was a great point.
15 all.
Steinman just hit that long.
Steinman's going to need to change his shirt. He's got a lot of sweat.
Hopefully he's got double socks on.
See them trying to play a lot of shots now down the middle. Down the middle solves the riddle. At least that's what Ludo tells me in my Tuesday night Gentlemen's League.
Director of Racket Sports at Meridian Hills Country Club.
Some deep lobs coming from Granger and Ong, and
Granger with
another
a
switch by
backhand drive
Marino
there.
and Steinman.
Got it.
Good hands there by Steinman on that drive.
Really solid spin. Oh, they're going to switch again. I think this is the 3rd time on this point Marino and Steinman have switched sides of the court. You can tell they've got good feel for one another and the positioning that each is going to have on the court. And they just, it's like a ballet. They just kind of rotate around the court, feel for one another.
Their style, it's very casual. Granger with the big drive there. Steinman or Marino couldn't handle it.
15-30. 15-30, 2 all in the second, or in the 5th game, 2nd set. Marino with the serve. Oh, what a great drop by Ong. That's tough to handle.
With the kill shot.
I mean, Steinman has wheels, but
15-40.
no one's getting to that one. That was just a fantastic drop.
Well, you haven't seen me.
Tim, you do have wheels. I will say your pickle game is really
Game Granger
really
on.
spot on.
Games are
That's a
break there for Marino.
yeah, long
Second
serve there
set.
on the to end the end the game.
So they go down 2-3. First break of the second set.
Three games.
And as we have a break here in between the
Marino,
games,
Simon.
we mentioned the director of racket sports at Marine Hills, Ludo Aaron, and the director of the tournament. Ludo has been a huge asset to this tournament, and we are fortunate enough to have Ludo join us here. Ludo Aaron.
Chad, thank you for having me. Tim, Chad, unbelievable job. Just giving us some accolades to these guys. These guys were runners-up at the Meridian Hills Pickle Tournament this year. So obviously unbelievable skills with rackets. They need a little help on the screens with the paddle, but doing unbelievable and commentating great. But just a couple things I'm going to add is this tournament, and I'm not sure if you guys said anything, but the sponsorships of this
15
tournament
left.
reached about $30,000 with $10,000 prize money. And it's been a fantastic week. Every year for the last 10 years, we're getting more and more participants. It's getting more popular. The crowd's getting bigger. And obviously now we're live streaming, which people from all over the country, including England, my parents and sisters, are watching also. But good job, Chad and Tim. Doing great. It's a great day. It's sunny out there. It's a little tough to see, but fun to watch and be a part of.
Ludo, kudos to you for just putting such a great tournament together.
15 all.
Yeah, I mean, just people all over the world now have exposure to Indianapolis paddle, which is, man, it's pretty awesome. So thanks for all the work you've done to make this happen.
So look, going back to the match was actually a little bit more important. Marino, Steinman, obviously Marino, veteran, Granger and Ong, young and fun. But I'll tell you what, Marino, Steinman will not give up. They are going to be around. They're not going to go away. So if you think this match is going to be done in 15 minutes, you're wrong. It's going to be another hour or maybe 2 or even 3, Chad.
Yeah, you can tell Marino and Steinman clearly have a lot of resolve in this match. Ludo, they took one on the chin in the first set, had a couple breaks, couldn't really get anything going. But the second set has been really competitive. The break from Marino in that 5th game was critical, but getting a break here would be massive for Marino Steinman.
Absolutely. And you know what? You lose the first set 6-0, okay? That doesn't mean you're absolutely getting smoked. You're only 1-0 down. Marino knows this. He's been in this situation for many years as the veteran. So again, it's 1-0 and it's a fresh start, and they're coming back.
Ludo, how many have you played either of these teams?
I think I played every single one on this court, Chad, and obviously we lost in the first round of this tournament. But those guys that are just annoying to play, you've got Ong that's steady Eddie, doesn't mess off the screens. Not a huge amount of offense, but quick, young, and just plays a great lob and great volleys and nasty up at the net. Granger with the absolutely humongous forehand, which
just
you've got to stay away.
Drive, right?
Absolutely, it's frightening. And on the other side, you got Marino that loves to smack the ball from the baseline, from the net to the fencing. We call it FYM. I'm not going to tell you exactly what that FYM stands for. And you got Steinman, who's young and really crafty and talented.
30 all.
But anyway, listen, I'm going to go check out the matches live right now. I'm going to give you back to Tim O'Brien. And thank you, and thank you boys for commentating.
Ludo, thank you, and congrats on all the success with this tournament, as well as your personal paddle career as well. You and Dave held great effort today in the tournament. Thank you, Ludo.
Thank you, Ludo. Thank you, Ludo. Good eye, mate. Throw another shrimp on the bobby.
Oh, Ludo's great. He's a staple here in the racket sports community of Indianapolis and actually around the country. Ludo.
Oh, great hustle there by Steinman with the dig.
Put it right up in Granger's
30,
kind of
40.
upper chest area. Couldn't get out of the way. There's a good chance that ball would have gone long, Tim, but yeah, just couldn't react quick enough. So let's see. We've got 40-30. Big point for both teams here. Looked like Steinman had a little bit of a cramp or something on his ankle. Hopefully he's okay. Back to action very quickly.
These courts are so gritty. I mean, it's essentially like a metal sandpaper. So it is easy to do some damage to your tendons, ligaments, muscles. Achilles, God forbid.
Unfortunately. Yeah, they're unforgiving, paddle courts, that's for sure. Not a lot of room for error. Yeah, Ludo made a good point. He said, Marino and Steinman are really grinders. They are not going to, losing that first set 6-0, they're not going to go away easily here. Oh, that was a great shot by Ong.
Crafty backhand out of the corner.
He disguises that really, really well. Like, that ball is going to come hard off the screen. You think he could potentially rip it, and he puts a nice pace on it to just kind of catch them off speed. Look at the spin from Granger. That's so tough to handle. That much spin diving into the
Advantage
corner.
Ong.
All right, so we've got add in, I believe. Ong on the serve.
Add Ong and Granger. Game.
Steinman couldn't handle that serve. Sends it wide.
So this is
Games.
super
Granger
critical
Ong,
here.
4 games 2.
Down 4-2.
No, tied 3-all.
Oh, sorry.
3-all. I apologize.
We had a score
3-all.
correction there. So,
So we remain on serve.
Steinman with the serve. Boy, a lot of power in that.
Just out.
Just wide. I think there may have been a little bit of red ass in that serve.
Yeah, Robert was not too happy with that last point. But this is where you got to completely just compose yourself and get back into gear, because this is a critical game for this second set.
That's a great point. I really you can't let emotion drive your play in a negative sense. You got to just stay in the game each and every point, play the point to its end.
Yeah, I'm really surprised how much Steinman and Marino are playing the ball down the middle. I think they've seen a lot of offense come from Ong and Granger out of the corner, so they've sort of played down the middle a lot more.
Steinman, tough digging that ball out of the corner, sends it out. Yeah.
Love 30, so Steinman needs to.
They really need to rally here.
Ship here and try and rally this, because
yes.
Love 30.
Oh.
That was a great drive by Granger.
Love 40.
Ludo mentioned just the power of Mitch Granger, and his drive is really intimidating. And so even if he's sitting, Marino there was sitting at the net ready to absorb it and still just couldn't handle it.
Chad, I'm no platform tennis expert, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. So these ratings, it appears to me, Mike Marino has a PTI of minus 2.6, Robert Steinman minus 3.3, which I believe is the best of the bunch. Mitch Granger minus 0.5 and Andrew Ong at 0.2.
I mean, these are some of the best in the country.
It's unbelievable.
Some of the best in the country.
30-40.
That was a good point by Marino Steinman to be able to get that 30-40. Nice serve, kind of position Ong back in the corner, not allowing him to set up his drive.
Yeah, they're battling here.
Cut to a different angle where you can just see the hundreds of spectators lining the Woodstock courts today.
Steinman with another unforced error, and boy, he's showing his frustration there. And that's just such a critical piece to this game and the outcome. And he's stretching out that calf again. I think when he had to really make that dig early in that game, at the end of the last game.
You can tell he tweaked something.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was definitely feeling that. So hopefully he can get it back. Hopefully that didn't affect his service game, but that was a big break for Granger Ong in the seventh game of this second set.
So now Marino Steinman really need to find a way to break serve on Granger Ong.
Need a break.
And
Need
we've
a
got
break.
Granger serving with that really powerful forehand. You know, whereas Ong is more the finesse player with the shredding spin. Steinman, attack of the net on that.
I've really liked when Steinman and Marino have got aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like as they've done that, they've been able to take over points and
It's paid
actually
dividends.
Won some, it has. It's paid dividends for them when they've done that. Let's see if they do that a little bit more. And they've been
Steinman just sends that long.
they've been doing it more on Granger's serve.
15
Let's
off.
see if that continues. That one they just put a little bit long, but so 15 all. Granger.
Marino with a good drive there.
Oh, that's a rip backhand.
Oh,
Good eye.
yeah.
Granger and Ong.
30, 15.
Marino sends that one long. Okay, so we've got 30-15. Again with Mitch Granger on the serve.
You know, Robert Steinman, his backhand, the two-handed backhand is just really, really effective. He was able to kind of put that in the corner and retake the net.
Marino with a
30
kill shot there
all.
to the corner. So, Chad, I have noticed that, you know, it must be like a professional platform tennis player. Granger puts
30,
that into the net.
40.
Make it 30-40 for this game. So does they're all wearing gray shirts, right? Is that like a power move? Does that create some synergy that you got to wear the gray shirt to win?
I think it just might be their color.
Games are
Kind
4
of
all,
feel
second
the
set.
gray.
Although I do see
You know, a
Balls
lot of
change.
sometimes players will wear like funky colors to really mess with the other side, Tim. But you know, this is like a bold statement of like, hey, we're just going gray.
we're going gray.
Yeah, like
And Steinman go with the two-tone gray.
The two-tone gray is it's a nice look. It's kind of like a tie-dye.
It's,
It has a little bit of a tie-dye, but
they're
not as much color.
So Marino Steinman were able to break that game and tie this set up 4-4. That was a really critical break. Now we're introducing a new ball, and so they're warming that up.
That was a huge break. I mean, massive break. See if
And-
Marino can get a hold and
Yep,
kind
Mike
of push this to a third set. That's all they're trying to do at this point is really get to that third set.
Mike Marino on the serve. Oh,
A little aggressive. Marino
Love
trying to take
15.
advantage of that high ball off the screen, but just not enough to get over the net. You know, you get some momentum and you want to keep it.
yes.
That's the key. Is keeping the momentum.
So that first serve appeared like he put a little more aggression on it, a little bit more mustard, and then allowed Granger to really drive it off the cage back into the corner, which put him at a disadvantage. And then so on this point, it appeared like Marino took a little bit more off, which allowed them to take the net, and now they're effectively, just being patient and playing out the point.
Yeah. No, it's a great point, Tim. Really good point on observing that tendency. Playing down the middle. Marino and Steinman have tried to just really kind of put the ball down the middle, keep it out of the corners. The young guys in On and Granger just handle everything in the corners. They get to those balls, they get low, they get into the corner and get them back. So it seems like Marino and Steinman have tried to put a lot more kind of down the middle with spin. Cocktails, yes please, Ludo. Tito's soda, please. That'd be great. Yes, we are. Tito's is sponsoring the. Well, I shouldn't say sponsoring.
Tito's always sponsors me, Tim
We're
O'Brien.
sponsored, I think, Bullet Bourbon and our friend Greg Brazzi at Southern Glazer Wine and Spirits, a very
Generous sponsor.
to the tournament. In fact, a lot of the participants received bullet bourbon bottles.
Party
for the,
favors, yes.
For participating. So thanks to Mr. Brazzi and his
Wonderful
his
benefactor
group at Southern Glazer. I know they don't carry Tito's, but maybe we can have some Kettle One.
I'll tell you, Marino and Steinman have really played this point well. This has been a marathon point, and they're being so patient. Just avoiding those unforced errors is a critical part of these matches. I mean, just keeping the ball in play. And we saw that in set one where their unforced errors really stacked up and cost them the set.
This late in the second set, this is where patience and stamina become a really critical element of success.
Stay on point, stay focused, stay within the point.
You can't lose your focus. You lose
There,
your focus for a split
there you
second.
saw that vertical shot from Steinman, trying to get that ball down and get it to die in the corner.
Granger's drive is really,
It is wicked. He's got a laser rocket arm. There it is. Oh, Steinman couldn't handle it.
Along with a really good opportunity to become offensive with a high ball off the screen like that.
All right, love 30.
Marino really needs to get these next 2 points.
It was a good kill off the drive by Granger.
It's a little miscommunication there from Robert Steinman and Marino. Not sure who was going to handle that one down the middle.
So Mitch Granger and Andrew Ong on the precipice of breaking the second straight service game.
This would be a massive break. I mean, to break and then have a chance to serve for the match. I think like Ludo said earlier, these guys they grind. They will not go away.
Great ball into the corner by Marino for the win.
15-40.
The kiss off the fence.
The kiss. Bill Rafferty.
Bill Rafferty.
A lot of patrons here today. That's a big serve.
That
Great
is a
serve by
big
Marino.
serve. Granger puts it into the net, and
Now
they
you
are climbing back.
Avoided Granger's drive, and if you can get this to deuce, that would be a big, big victory or mini victory for Marino and Steinman. Wow, big shot by
Big.
Steinman.
Ong puts it at long.
Long lob.
And
Seeing
we've
the
got
first
deuce.
amount of really first emotion out of Steinman. He's pretty fired up.
And some frustration on the other side of the net. And there Granger puts it into the net. We've got add in
Advantage
with
time.
Marino serving for
It's a big
the
momentum
game.
shift in this game.
Oh, and boom goes the dynamite. The clip off the net for the game. Steinman with a nice kill shot. And Marino Steinman go up 5-4 in the second set.
That was a big hold by Mike Marino there. He was down 15-40, and then to be able to come
Love
back.
40. Love 40, I believe, yeah.
It was a love 40 game. Love
Yeah.
40 game, that's right. It was a love 40 game. So to be able to grind back, get the game, stay on serve, 5-4 here in the second set. Wow, that was a grinder game there.
And we are starting to see the sun start. It's still out, but I don't think it's quite as blinding. There's a little bit of cloud cover coming in.
Yeah, the cloud cover, and the sun going down, it definitely changes the visuals for these players as they're
15 left.
kind of seeing the ball off the screen. They don't see the shadows as much with no sun. So we'll see. We'll see even better activity.
The
Conditions change here late in the day.
So the far court of Marino Steinman is the side of the court that looks back into the sun. And at this time of day, as it starts to descend, you get a little bit of a challenge sometimes seeing that ball.
The unique setup here at Woodstock with having their court, the three courts are down in basically a valley.
Yes.
And so they're covered by trees and kind of the side hill of the ravine that leads up to the clubhouse, so it protects from the elements, both the wind and the sun, which
40
makes it
left.
really a nice place to play.
You saw that ball go, the drive go long by Marino, and some frustration there. I think he thought it was going to clip Andrew Ong.
So Ong really trying to get a service hold here to make it 5-all. This would be a...
They're making quick work of this game, although there he puts one into the net. But it's 40-15.
40-15.
They jumped out to a 40-love lead. Oh, that was a...
What a hustle from Ong. He just
Ong.
took a header into the corner.
40.
Yes,
I think
really
the man bun actually probably
gave him some cushion there.
Gave him some cushion as he went head first into the corner.
Marino with a fantastic drive to win that point.
Yeah, that's when you thank your haircut. You know, to have a little bit of cushion there, so he didn't have to take that off his skull. Looks like he's okay though. But this is a nice little comeback here from Marino and Steinman to make it 30-40 and a great backhand.
Big backhand drive by Steinman.
He really has that solid two-hand backhand and can put real pace on it.
So you saw Marino there feed into Mitch Granger's forehand and then immediately fed it back to the backhand. Don't want to let him have too many shots at that forehand.
Really patient point here from Steinman and Marino. They realize how important this point is. Not going to do anything stupid to sacrifice a point. You just paddle. You typically don't want to be the last person to hit the ball because you're the one making the mistake. So just being patient, waiting for their opportunity to get offensive, but not at the expense of taking too much risk.
Crafty.
Ong is just so consistent in those corners. I mean, they've been pounding him all day in the corner, but just
and Steinman just robotic here, just taking these lobs and there was that vertical shot.
Little waterfall. Didn't get it vertical enough, but still a pretty good shot.
Oh,
there's
big drive by Ong to take the net.
Retaking the net. This is a really long.
That's Ong with that shredding spin.
Good footwork from Marino there to avoid getting hit.
Oof. Steinman sends that long for the game.
That was a great hold by Ong. Man, that point had to be probably 60 or 70 shots. Speaking of shots.
Yes. We'd like to once again thank our sponsor, Bullet.
Bullet Bourbon. Cheers, Tim.
Cheers to you, Chad.
Great shot. Thank you.
15 left.
That's a very
That is tasty.
Pleasant shot. Thank you, Ron Bendis, for a really nice delivery on the sponsorship and the shot. It was wonderful. And back to live action. So a all-important game here in the second set. 5-all. No breaks. Everyone's held serve. This has been a much more competitive second set than the first. The first we had a couple breaks, and just Steinman and Marino never really got their bearings. But as Ludo mentioned to us in the in kind of the segue where he came in and gave us some commentary, Marino and Steinman are grinders. They are
grizzled veterans. This is not new territory for them. They know how to compete, and they knew when they dug themselves into that first set hole. Did he call that?
Put it in the net, so it's 15 all. 15 all. Steinman trying to get a hold. And a new shirt. Steinman, good hands there to volley that back. Oh, and here comes the Granger rip forehand. Well handled by Marino. Oh, good eye.
Sends
good
it
eye
long.
by Great eye by Steinman. That's one where that's a really tough ball to lay off. when it's kind of
Coming with
in that-
pace.
in that midsection with pace. Inside the picture frame, but still with enough pace where you know it's going to go deep. That was a really good eye. So 40 love. Just
With a
correcting
scoring-
the score.
scoring
40
correction
love,
there.
Steinman and Marino. Steinman really serving well in this
You can see in the
critical game.
in the far woods past the screen there, we've got spider monkeys that are native to native.
It's actually a British spider.
A British spider monkey that's native to Indianapolis territory.
Apparently,
Steinman sends that long.
the spider monkey is
40-15.
he's trying to get a better view of the action.
I think he's trying to capture the crowd. He
Using the facility up there.
he might.
Ludo, I think Ludo's actually snapping a deuce.
He
Woodstock actually does have facilities.
They do
indoor,
have very,
like indoor
very-
facilities where you can actually use the restroom.
very nice facilities here at Woodstock, our host.
For some reason, I think Ludo's actually using the facilities outdoor in the middle of the match.
Marino just kind of took his eye off. Like, again, you cannot lose
40,
focus.
30.
This is a game as much of, hands and skill as it is of endurance. And these guys right
Just
there,
mental fortitude,
yeah,
you know?
mentally you got to stay in it. Right there, they take the game with a
Game.
tough dig out of the corner.
Lucky,
Marino Steinman lead
Lucky kickoff
6
in that.
games
That
to
was,
5.
That was,
Second set.
well deserved. They caught a few tough breaks in this match, but
Yeah.
to get a break there, that was really big for Steinman on the serve. So 6-5, a break here wins the second set, or we go to a tiebreaker, one of the two.
Yes. So Marino Steinman have really battled back in the second set. They have a 6-5 lead, down 1-0 to Mitch Granger and Andrew Ong.
But in paddle, it's a game of momentum. It can shift on a dime. And right now, Steinman and Marino have really, really done a great job of just staying in the match.
Love 15.
So right
Down
there,
6-0.
yeah, right there you saw Mitch Granger on the serve, Marino with the return, but Steinman was charging the net, and I think that threw off Granger on his return.
Oh, that was such a tough return there.
Useful. Look how Marino just casually gets back into position there.
Not his first
Sends that
rodeo.
long. Ong sends that point long.
Wow, so love 30 or love 30 for Granger Ong. This would be a
Massive break point here.
massive turn of momentum. I mean, to break in the second set here to
And again,
get
look-
the set victory would be
look-
really epic.
Look at the positioning of Marino there, the veteran, not allowing him to send it to his backhand.
This is a big point here, Tim. If they could get them down love 40, I mean the mind starts shifting a little bit. Then
Right.
man, I think I might lose this.
The doubt
Lose not just
creeps
this game,
in.
but the set. This is a
Yeah, the
critical
doubt
point.
creeps in. Oh, there.
They
Oh,
take the net and just deep. Oh,
oh,
we
looking
go
to the
Bill
referee.
Mooney for a ruling.
15,
I don't think there was an overrule. I think that that ball was just
It was
long.
out. Just long. So 30-15. That was a critical point.
Oh, and Steinman. All right, 30 all.
30 all.
It's like Ludo's found the facilities again. Goodness, I don't know what he was doing over there in the woods, but
Oh, long on the serve.
that's a
The
tough-
fault
that's
to
a
send
tough
it to
service
30-40.
miss.
Add
Tough
out.
Service
40.
miss.
Granger.
It's a big ad for Marino and Steinman. If they can get this point, Tim, I'm telling you, I feel a shift in the momentum of this match.
Oh, that ball drifts long off Marino's paddle.
Deuce.
So
I
here
think
we
if
go.
they-
We've
if
got
they-
deuce.
I just have a feeling if they go to a tie break, I think it's a little bit harder for Marino and Steinman. But if they can get this break, I mean that changes the momentum of everything. that backhand, two-handed backhand rip from Steinman. We've seen that a bunch in this match.
Andrew Ong just trying to send it back into those corners. Steinman doing a great job. Oh, and there,
great misdirection from
a poach by Granger caught Steinman just leaning the other direction.
You know, the setup here, we talked about Woodstock having soft screens, and I think you've noticed that in this match where, you know, some of the balls have been kind of stuck
Granger
against the
6-all,
screen,
second
giving
set.
players a little bit more time to get
Tiebreaker.
offensive with the ball. So, wow, big point there for Ong and Granger. So they win that game and hold serve. So we go to a tiebreaker. This will be the first to 7 points.
Mike Marino on the serve.
Marino serving first. So this is a big tiebreaker, Tim. I mean, in terms of obviously it's for the set, so in the match.
We'll see what kind of endurance and strategy Marino Steinman deploy here. Seems as though when they've been patient and then opportunistically aggressive, they've been able to capitalize and win points and games. And so we'll see how this plays out.
You know, I've noticed they've kind of tried to pin Ong in the corner quite a bit, and he's just been relentless. Like, trying to avoid Granger's forehand. So, like, you don't want to go to that corner on the left side when Granger has his forehand there, because he'll take advantage of it. But Ong has just been so consistent, getting everything back. You can kind of...
Oh. I think Steinman and Marino were both expecting a drive there from Ong.
Down the middle solves the riddle.
Oh.
That was a story of just impatience. You know, Granger just kind of got a little bit impatient, wanted to just kind of punch the drive back.
Looked like he was between
a lob and
yeah, between shots there. Yeah,
they did. So 1-0 Marino Steinman in the tie break.
So Marino Steinman, and again, I'm not just because of the significant turn from that first set. That's why I'm really focusing on their style of play. But they've eliminated so many of those unforced errors.
They really have, Tim. That's a good point. They, you know, I think part of it was they didn't really have their bearings in that first set.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they were little loose with their volleys, a lot of volleys long.
So Steinman with a good drive there.
Now they've really kind of gotten their sea legs and really you've kind of felt the momentum shift in this match. If they can win this tiebreaker, I've got a good feeling for Steinman and Marino in that third set. But need to take care of this business first, and the tiebreaker is always a tough one. Every point matters in a tiebreak. Let's see if we can get a scoring update on the other quarterfinal as well. We've got the second quarterfinal on the opposite court from this match, and we'll see if we can't get one of the patrons to give us an update on the scoring of that match.
You can really see when Andrew Ong is taking these points. There it is.
Oh.
I was just going to talk about the way he is slicing that ball and just putting so much spin. It's so hard to play that off the screen. Even more difficult to play it when it dies right off of his paddle.
I need a refresh.
3 serving 1.
2?
I don't know.
It's 3-1.
So, Chad, talk about the strategy. Again, all 4 of these players are right-handed. There you saw a little miscommunication from Steinman Marino. But talk about the strategy of the switches with your partner, and who do you want to take the forehand in most of these circumstances? Oh, there you saw Ong take a risk, tried to charge the net.
Yeah, so they're trying to keep the Steinman forehand in that ad court. It seems to me, at least, take advantage of Steinman's prowess with his kind of powerful overhead, and then he also has the double-handed rip backhand, so he can cover a big part of the court.
Right.
On the other side of the court, you can go either way. I mean, Ong's got the really crazy spin, but Mitch Granger's power on the forehand is just really formidable.
Great patience here by both sides. There you see Ong starting to get into that shred spin.
A lot of spin. I mean, this ball has got to be just toast. I mean, they've just been spinning like crazy in this game. Thought we were going to maybe get him off the screen. It's like,
So Marino Steinman, I think, you don't want to feed into Granger's forehand, but they also have figured out, there it is. You don't want to give
second
Ong
time
that
in a row.
chance
Second
for that
time
kill
in a row
shot.
Ong's been able to take that spin and push Marino and Steinman back in the corners, kind of almost lull them to sleep, and then really unleash the spin shot where they don't have enough time to get to the net and get the ball.
So I say that I think they've started to figure it out where they're trying to not be predictable with their returns, and occasionally throwing in a drive on some of those screenshots. But right there, Andrew Ong takes advantage, wins the point.
We got a little bit of a delay. We'll see if we can't get a score on the other game or the other quarterfinal.
3-2. 3-2. 2 serving.
So as I understand it, Henson Hirsch won the first set. We're working on a scoring update over there.
Oh, there's that Steinman two-hand backhand. They take the net.
Oh, an attack by Granger.
Granger just got a little bit impatient.
Yep.
Tried to hit, take too much of the court. When you get that greedy,
2-4.
room for error on that is so narrow. I mean,
It's all or nothing.
it is. It really is. When you're trying to take that much of the court and paint that line, it's very little room for error.
Oh, there you see Steinman with that two-handed backhand, and then Granger sends it long. So for the point, it's 5-2 here in the.
Just
Marino.
got handcuffed.
Yep.
You could see Mike Marino just kind of got to the net and wasn't sure which direction his paddle needed to go and got handcuffed. I think this point is really critical to him. If they can go 6-3.
These tiebreakers go to
7.
Yes.
7-point tiebreaker.
Well, as I always say, you should try to get to 7 first.
That would be a good idea. Yeah, incredible idea. Really good hands at the net by both these teams, but Marino, I've been really impressed with his volleys. He tends to, kind of mute the volley and get it back with spin to avoid another kind of rip drive coming back from the other side.
He's got the hands of a surgeon.
He really does.
Watch out here. Big rip, forehand rip from Granger. They handle it nicely. Oh, and there's the attack by Ong.
Oh, just as I make
Switch.
a compliment to Mike Marino's
Broadcaster
ball
curse.
skills, he kind of mishits
5-4.
and puts it out of bounds. But credit Ong and Granger for continuing to hit those tough drives at the net, which are really they're just tough to handle. So serve back to Ong. We'll see what he can do. That was a
Really nice return.
Marino.
Allowed them to take the net.
They can get through this set. We'll see if Steinman changes his shirt. It looks like he sweat literally all through the entire thing.
Chad, how
Really heated up
how
out
much
there.
are these guys communicating on the court during each of these?
I think that they're talking quite a bit, too, but a lot of it is unsaid. It's playing with your partner over time. You have a tendency of what someone's going to do without having to say anything.
Seems to me that's
But there is a lot of vocal communication.
Ong with a nice backhand drive there out of the corner. Marino handled it again with those soft hands. Steinman just continuing to hammer those overheads. And that one gets caught in the corner.
That was a big break.
Big.
Great break for Marino and Steinman.
Four,
This is the kind of
serving
break
six.
that you need.
Set
Like
point
this.
here
Yeah,
for Marino Steinman.
Big set point.
Oh, nice drive back by Steinman.
He really has that two-handed backhand is really, really impressive from Robert Steinman.
Oh,
And
the
Ong,
overhead by Ong.
just a
An
miss, just a
uncharacteristic,
Marino Steinman
unforced
win the
error.
second set.
Wow, that was
Seven
a
games to
big
6.
tiebreaker and a
Allows
big,
Marino
big victory
Steinman to
for
win
Marino
set number
Steinman.
2. We're all tied at 1 apiece.
This is a different match now, Tim. I mean, literally from going, it felt like Steinman and Marino were going to get run off the court after that first set, and were really able to steady the ship there in the second set, and just hung around. They never went anywhere. They just kind of grinded and finally got to that tiebreaker to get it done. So we go to a
good
third
right
set in
now.
this first quarterfinal, which is really exciting for this tournament.
So, I mean, Mike Marino is clearly the veteran of this group, and
Go inside
so we'll see how stamina plays into this. These guys are taking a quick break here for hydration
Nice comeback.
Hydration and bathroom breaks for
and
the
bathroom break.
for the set break.
So once again, we'd like to thank our sponsors. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I would say for those listening at home, I mean, we're kind of heading into the late afternoon hours. This is a time to grab a bullet bourbon, get on your
King.
get on your couch, sit in your Burge-held apartment, and
Little more
try and
comfortably.
enjoy this last set of the quarterfinal. You might as well go get some Hearst beans as well and get maybe make some soup. Cozy up to a nice bowl of Hearst bean Cajun soup for this last set of the first quarterfinal. Hearst bean soup.
Thank you. That should be good. That's
Yeah, we
enough.
are. We've got some of the players in here too. Robert Steinman.
Hey, Yancey.
Hundreds of people at Woodstock today taking in the
Hey, Michael.
the venue. And if you're in the Indianapolis area, I'd encourage you to come down.
Stop by.
The quarterfinals, we've got two
The
more
crowd-
quarterfinal matches at 4:30, and then the semifinals will follow at 5:30, 6 o'clock tonight. So admission is free.
The crowd continues to grow. I mean, we've got fire pits going. We've got the cheerleaders haven't shown up yet. We're still waiting on those, but we do have fire pits. We've got hydration, both in the form of water, soda, as well as some alcoholic options.
And if you noticed from the broadcast earlier, Ludo Aaron, the tournament director, was checking out the valley side of the court, and apparently there is There is space to sit over there.
Yes.
So
if we run out of room,
I was actually going for a little bathroom break at that time, Tim, but thanks for mentioning it.
That's actually what it looked like. We thought we were snapping it.
we thought we saw a spider monkey over there.
You guys can pick who you want.
So we're flashing our sponsors on the screen. Burge Held, Bullet Whiskey, all
These guys are
formidable.
really Cooper
Bradley
Enterprises.
Cooper Enterprises.
Not to be confused with the actor. Well, he is an actor of sorts.
He is an actor, just not
Ho-
the Oscar.
Hogan Moving
actor.
and Storage, High Alpha.
Scott Dorsey at High Alpha, I know, was a big contributor, and
He's
not
a supporter.
just monetarily, but in terms of his involvement and leadership with the group.
ENA.
Devin Anderson at ENA.
Devin Anderson, yeah. Silly Pint, Matt King.
Matt King Realty. They've all been big supporters of Indy Paddle, which, Indianapolis Paddle is
Oh, what a great view right there.
great community. We've got a lot of not as many courts and
Look at that.
clubs as like a Chicago or a Cincinnati, but a really strong group in Indianapolis that supports the paddle community. And Tim, like you and I said at the outset of the broadcast, we're just, super enthused to have the eyes of the paddle world on Indianapolis this weekend for some great competition.
Yes. Yeah, this is a national audience, and this competition is some of the best in the country and the world, really. And you'll see we took a brief break between sets there. We're all tied up at 1 apiece, and they just warmed up a new ball. So here we go. Set number 3.
Third and final set of the match. This is, the first quarterfinal of what is 4 quarterfinals.
Mike Marino there needs to shake those cobwebs out from that break. And his partner Steinman.
30 love.
So this is where you get a little bit of a lull in the action. Marino and Steinman had.
Oh, and the other quarterfinal match
Hirsch won the first set.
Is tied 3-3 in the second set, with Hirsch winning the first set.
Tim, I was saying the. When you get the momentum shifted like Marino and Steinman did in that second set, and then you have a break, it's really tough to kind of come back after that. A lot of people say you want to win slow or win fast and lose slow.
Yeah, it's a momentum killer.
And when you slow the pace down, it changes the momentum. Steinman and Marino felt like they had the momentum coming out of that second set, and now they've kind of
you've seen him make
3 unforced errors
right
out of the gates on the third set. So hopefully that break didn't change their momentum too much or their focus too much, but they go down early in this first game of the final set.
That was a nice crafty move there by Steinman to dig 2 of those balls out of the corner.
I'm really impressed with just both of these teams. We've talked about Ong and Granger being kind of the young guns, the number 2 seed in the tournament. Both prolific, college tennis players, and then Steinman and Marino on the other side. Mike Marino, a longtime tennis enthusiast and racket sports director at Valley Low in Chicago, and Robert Steinman, a kind of a younger player, but 2 very different styles. Steinman and Marino, just grindy. Don't try not to make mistakes. Will take advantage of the offense as soon as they can. But
there.
Granger and Ong.
You see, Granger tried. Well, Granger switched his shirt, put on a long sleeve, but he tried to do a cut shot there and kill the ball. Steinman with a great hustle, and then they put it back in the net. A little clip off the net there.
That was really, really good hands from Robert Steinman to be able to handle that ball. It comes off the net like that, it changes the visual just ever so slightly, but it's so tough to handle, especially with that kind of pace.
See, they forced Ong and Granger to switch there, and then they took that opportunity to switch back. I think Granger clearly prefers to be on the forehand side of the court.
Constantly trying to keep it away from Granger's forehand, but he came around that. Did you see? They put it so far down the middle, he still came around the ball to be able to get his forehand on it.
Great shot by Marino. And it was a perfect angle with our camera there to capture that shot.
Yeah, the camera work of this, the camera crew from ENET has been just exemplary. I mean, the quality of the shots and the audio visual technology has been just amazing from the ENET crew. Both teams
So
kind
here
of
we
settling
see,
into this point again.
yeah,
Like no
a
one
marathon
taking,
point.
No one taking major risks, kind of waiting for their moment to pounce, but not wanting to be the one to make the mistake.
Well, you see Marino and Steinman really kind of composing themselves after digging themselves into a
Good eye by
hole
Marino there.
with 3 unforced errors to begin this this set, and then now they've won 2 consecutive points. And that point really had to have been, what, 60 shots? I mean,
Yeah, that was a really long point, and one that was critical from a momentum shift because going down 40 love on the first set after you coming off of a tiebreaker win in the second, Marino and Steinman they want to keep the momentum in their favor, and I think if they would have lost that first set, like kind of, or this first game,
you can see Ong is starting to big shift right there. They're able to take the net back. I was going to say Ong he gets it into his head. He's going to do that spin kill shot.
Steinman just trying to punish.
Here we go.
Trying to punish Granger into that corner.
Tied it up at deuce in game 1 of set number 3.
You can tell Granger is not as comfortable in that corner with his backhand. Ong
Right.
very comfortable in the corner with his backhand, and so when they get in this position where
Advantage
Granger and Ong
Ong.
are off the net and Granger in the corner with his backhand in the corner, they've pounded that corner.
There was a uncharacteristic unforced error by Mike Marino on that service return, and then
Granger
Deuce.
puts it in the net, so back to
Ong,
deuce.
yeah, Ong put.
Or I'm sorry, Ong
Yeah.
put it in the net, back to deuce.
Oh, good drive. That
That
two-handed backhand by Steinman, man, that is dangerous. I'm not sure which is. Oh,
Great drop by Granger.
yes.
Advantage Ong.
That was, I mean, just soft hands to be able to kind of take that drive and
Yeah.
leave it in a spot where Mike Marino couldn't get the wheels moving to go get it.
And here we go, settling into a point. Got add in with Andrew Ong on the serve.
You see the
Yeah,
swing
you
of
can-
Granger and Ong. They're trying to get Ong's spin more in play. So
Yes.
moving Ong to the ad side where they can take advantage of his spin on these overheads. We've seen that a lot.
You can see he's starting to set up for that slice where he just kills it.
I've been really impressed with Mike Marino and
Steinman sends that long.
resilience, but
Switch.
just one miss hit there by Steinman. His two-handed backhand has just been really solid in this game. That's, I think, probably his first unforced error of that.
It's
that,
ferocious.
That two-handed backhand.
Here you can see the quarterfinals matches. We've got going the Granger Ong, Marino Steinman on the primary broadcast here with us, and then Hansen Hirsch and Christian McGrath, the 3 seed, on the other court. Hirsch took set 1, and at last update that they were side 3-all in the second.
Right?
Yes. New ball here.
New ball
warming
warm-up.
things up. Oh, here we go. Back to live action.
Got Robert Steinman is going to serve first. It's interesting they're shifting the service order again. In that first set, Steinman, served
Love
first, was
15.
broken,
That-
and kind of failed to get the momentum. The second set, they had Marino serve first, so I'm surprised they've gone back to Steinman serving first.
And you do have that option, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Your choice.
You can pick your service order.
So in that first point, you saw the third shot just long. So I think this is where Steinman and Marino are most dangerous when Steinman's in that
Granger and
middle.
Ong have matching shoes. I don't know if that was coordinated.
Well, again,
They both have nice bright white Asics. These players, a lot of times they'll go through like a pair of shoes, like in a single tournament. Just the amount of wear and tear they're putting on the shoes. But I don't know if that's a coordinated effort from Granger and Ong, but it's a nice look.
You got to decide if you're going to look good, play good, or both.
A lot of times when you look good, you're feeling good, and it's just building confidence for your game.
I
So
feel like you
hopefully that
typically look
helps.
good out there, Chad. I mean,
I try to.
Yeah.
And I think you look good, you feel good, you play good.
Andrew Ong sends that long.
15
Long.
all.
Ong long. 5 all. You were in game number 2 of the third and final set.
The crowd's really, really starting to buzz.
It's swelled.
And swell here. Yeah, we're if we could get a wider shot, you'd see the hundreds and hundreds of people that are lining the Woodstock deck for these matches. Expect a capacity crowd tonight for the semifinals. So 15 all.
Tell
Really
you,
important.
stark contrast from that first set. I mean, we've just seen such good play, balanced play from both sides in the second set, and then here at the beginning of the third.
Yeah, it's just it's amazing how like I mentioned earlier, the momentum can just shift.
Sorry, Chad. That was just that
15,
forehand
30.
from
Give it to Granger. Yeah,
Granger.
When they give Granger that forehand, he takes advantage.
yes.
I think the service forgot about our.
I think
Just waiting on
technical malfunction there with our service vendor.
beverage malfunction. Oh, that was a really good shot to pin Steinman. Deep
This
in that,
is dangerous right here.
deep off that baseline.
15-40.
Somebody turn up the heat in here?
It got a little warm. It got a little bit warm. Kind of like the temperature of
Did somebody accidentally bump into the thermometer in here?
It's really hot.
Game.
Yeah, we're in the paddle hut at
Granger up.
Woodstock, and it's a
Second set.
lot of
17-0.
energy in here, but also a lot of hot temperature.
I feel like we just stepped into a sauna. We've been
Yeah,
in here,
I think
but
they did-
it
does
kicked
feel
up a
like
notch. And that was a really quick game number 2 with a service break going to Ong and Granger.
Love 15.
Okay. Marino Steinman with point number 1.
Everybody okay? Okay.
Oh, Steinman with a drive return. Ong couldn't handle it. Just kind of looked like he got caught off guard there. Chad broke away for a moment. So there you see Marino Steinman able to take the net.
Love 40.
So here we are. Steinman sends it into the net.
15-40.
And 15-40.
All right, 15-40. So this would be
This would be a big break.
Really important break for Marino and Steinman after Steinman getting broken in that first service game.
Yeah, you don't want to be known as Brokeback Mountain in this set. You got to at some point you got to win points.
All right, they still have a chance here.
30-40.
Down up 30-40 or
30-40. This is a big point here for Marino Steinman. Good drive there by Steinman.
Oh, and it was in. That was a great lob.
Wow.
Great lob from Granger, but then
Game.
Ong just kind of unforced
Marino.
error.
Yep.
You know, a lot of times when you have that
Uncharacteristic.
momentum and you're running to the net, it looks like an
Granger,
easy
Ong
shot,
lead
but
the
the
second
momentum
set,
just
2
kind
games
of
to
Pushes it.
one.
pushes it long. And
Yes.
that happened to Ong there on that particular shot. So that was a big break.
Big game
Big
there.
break from Marino Steinman to be able to get back on serve here in the third and final set of this quarterfinal match. Mike Marino now will have the serve in the fourth game of the set. Temperature's
Once
starting to come down a little bit, and you know when that happens, Tim, you know temperature comes down.
Yes.
A lot of times
We'd like to
That
thank
means
our
the-
beverage provider.
the temperature comes down. That means the ball doesn't fly as much, but still pretty decent temperatures here in Indy.
So during a tournament like this, as we head into the evening hours and the temperature drops into the 30s, perhaps even a little bit lower, will they ever fire up the heaters? Or is that more for inclement weather?
That's more for the ice.
Yeah.
The ice in the water. So I don't think they'll turn the heaters on for this one. But
Love 15.
but yeah, you never know. We could have kind of a flash rain shower or freeze rain. May need to turn the heaters on. You never know.
You never know when you want a heater.
No. Good point, Tim. All right, so Marino now serving.
Yes,
Marino
down
and
love
Steinman
15.
having have taken the net, trying to maintain the net and win this decisive third set.
Oh, just wide.
We mentioned earlier an all Chicago quarterfinal here between these
Love
four
30.
players, all reside in the greater Chicagoland area. Mike Marino, the kind of the veteran of the four.
There you
in
saw
this group.
Granger just with a, kind of a confident swing and maybe a heat check of sorts, but he just let loose and sent that one flying long.
You know, that drive from Granger is really strong. And for the most part, I would say, Marino and Ong have been able to, and Steinman have been able to handle it pretty well.
Yes.
Other than a few, kind of unforced errors on some volleys, they've handled his drive very well.
So as we've watched this match, you kind of it reveals again. We know about the strength of Granger's forehand, his rip, and Steinman's rip, and his two-handed backhand rip, and then you've got the finesse or the like kill spin of Ong, and then Marino with just the veteran play. I mean, he's kind of like the field general.
Just so consistent.
So composed.
Yeah, Marino just so consistent with his game. Very few mistakes. And, as we've said, Tim, in paddle, that's the name of the game is you don't want to be the last guy to hit the ball. Because typically if you're the last guy to hit the ball, it's ending the point. Or it's an error, to end the point. So as long as you can stay in the point, that's key.
Like I tell my kids, if you want to win, you just need to try harder. It's very profound.
Yeah, it's a great thing to tell your children, Tim. I agree with that philosophy.
Oh, Marino Just sends it into the net.
Broadcaster's curse again.
15-40.
Just as we're complimenting Mike Marino on his consistency. Just an uncharacteristic unforced error there. But you know, look, it's good shots by Ong and Granger to make that happen as well.
We would like to take a moment to thank
Granger,
Kate, the food and
They
beverage
lead the
director
second
here
set,
at
3-1.
Woodstock, for her wonderful service to all the patrons here.
Big break from Granger and Ong there to break Marino.
Shout out to Octavio, too.
Yes.
Octavio is
over at Meridian Hills.
Yeah, we miss him.
Yes, we do miss him. He's over here at Woodstock now.
15 left.
Woodstock did steal Octavio, and he continues to do a great job. Wonderful service. These cocktails they've made us here at Woodstock are very refreshing.
You mentioned it. Big break there from Granger Ong to take a 3-1 lead. Steinman sends that ball long. This game is now 30 love.
love.
Granger
A
Ong.
little bit of a momentum shift again.
Yes.
That break on Marino was not something that Marino Steinman needed at this point, because they'd really taken the momentum, Tim. They'd really, after that break in the second, they got a lot of momentum. They were on serve, and then the break on Marino was really critical. So
Good transition there to take the net.
That would change things, but you go down 4-1 in the third set, and that's a tough one to climb back from.
I feel like this is a big point right here. This is pretty critical, and Steinman, Marino able to take the net here. We'll see how this plays out. Oh,
The dreaded double hit.
yeah.
40.
The TC Chen.
15.
Down the middle solves the riddle. That was like they couldn't decide who was going to take that ball.
Oh, service error.
40, 30.
Service error from Ong keeps him in this game. Advantage. Oh, Steinman.
Ranger's
Steinman.
Steinman's two-handed backhand has
Granger
been
Ong
relentless
lead the
this whole
second set.
this whole match.
And that one fails him.
I think we've seen him miss one or two of those. Not many. Not
Boy,
many at all.
that's a painful, unforced
that was a tough
error.
one to miss.
So here we are in the third and final set of the quarterfinal between Mike Marino and Robert Steinman against Andrew Ong and Mitch Granger.
So serve back to Steinman now, serving 1-4 here in the third and final set. We'll see if the young buck Robert Steinman can right the ship here and kind of get them back on track. They're really only down one break,
Love,
Tim. So
15.
if they can
Hold serve,
if they can hold serve,
get that break.
and get a break, you're back on serve.
Yes.
So it's really not over yet.
Oh,
And we've
that's
said, these guys are grinders. Marino and Steinman, they are grinders.
That was an unfortunate clip of the net
30.
right there. Sent that ball wide. So Marino Steinman digging themselves a hole here in this
Love
game.
30.
Love 30. And then,
man.
the fault. It just, you again, when you
Love 40.
when you face adversity in a game like this, in a match like this, it just, doubt can creep into your swing. And then if you allow that doubt to creep in, these guys are good enough. I'm sure that doesn't happen to these guys, but for a novice amateur like me,
Just like you said, Tim, you tell your kids to try harder, but there's a mental element to this game.
So
that
much.
You can't really describe. It's just you have to keep your focus, and the instant you lose the focus, you lose it for a split second. And the players on the other side of the court are so good that they're going to pounce on that and take advantage of it. And that's what Ong and Granger have done here in this third set.
on that smash, it looked like Mike Marino let out a little bit of frustration, which allowed Ong and Granger to take the net, bringing it long off the fence.
A much needed point right there.
Yeah,
from
huge point. That ball
Steinman and
flies
Marino.
long.
See if Marino and Steinman can claw their way back into this one.
Boy, some of those,
Love 40.
some of these volleys off Marino's racket just look like they're they're going to fade out, and they just drop in. Really nice hands. And then, again, Granger sends it into the net.
40.
They're clawing back in this game. Let's see how this
Notice how
point
they
plays
set up
out.
with Steinman, like always trying to put his forehand in the ad court. So like even when he's serving on the deuce side, they're setting up to put him into the ad court to
Yes.
make sure they're taking advantage of his overheads. Marino's super consistent, but Steinman's got a little bit of more just more offense with his overheads. This is a really big point here, Tim, in terms of the momentum of this match. Because if they go down 5-1,
Oh, right.
you can pretty much.
You don't want to count your chickens yet, but they may start to crack a little bit.
LL Cool J, don't call it a comeback, but it's tough to come back from that. Watch the drinks. Really consistent lobs down the middle from
Good patience.
from Ong and Granger.
Oh, Marino feeds Granger's forehand, but he sends it into the net.
I thought that was going to be a mistake.
He
by
was,
Marino
yeah,
to really feed
Granger
that
just
Granger
waits for
forehand.
those opportunities. Waits for the kill.
It was almost like he was too hungry for that one. It was like the big lollipop and just missed it. There's his big drive.
there it is. There's his drive, and Steinman couldn't handle it. So here we go.
And it's
Add
up.
out.
Add out Granger Simon. This is a critical point for the match. I mean, if Steinman can't, avoids holding serve here, it could put this one out of reach. We'll see.
That was a great shot by Steinman into the corner. Ong couldn't handle it.
So back to deuce. This is I think our third deuce of this game. So a lot riding on this game. Just out.
Just
out.
Add in.
Bill Mooney, the umpire chair, confirms the call. Just out.
Oh, service error.
Deuce.
That's a tough one.
You really want to capitalize on these opportunities when you get
I've never had that happen.
when you claw your. I would
That's the
expect
worst
nothing
feeling
less.
That's the worst feeling when you put one of those in the net after you've kind of climbed back and gotten a little momentum.
And it's the frustration. So then you have to again control your emotions.
Yeah, fourth deuce in
and
this
just
game.
stay in it mentally. Stay composed. Play the next point. Oh,
What a great shot.
what a great
from
shot.
Granger and a
Marino
great
with a
get from Marino.
fantastic get in the corner. How did he
Here
chase
comes
that
Here comes
down?
the Ong spin. Andrew is just going to pound them with spin.
And then the power forehand of Granger. Oh, Steinman into the net.
Advantage Young.
It's really been fun to watch when the Young Bucks, Ong and Steinman take the net, and just the shift in their mindset to becoming offensive is pretty awesome.
100%. 100%.
So much energy here at Woodstock today, Tim. I mean,
There really
the
is.
people,
There is.
the
There is.
food, the cocktails, the paddle. It's just a great atmosphere here in Indianapolis, the racing capital of the world.
Racing capital of the world.
And today, the paddle capital of the world. I mean, this is a premier.
Oh, great
paddle.
eye by
How did
Marino.
Marino get out of the way
He
of that?
dodged that a little bit. Matrix move.
Man, that was at his
Big guy.
eyes, but he was able to get out of the way.
Okay. Careful on the line.
Yes.
Okay?
Neo.
Back to deuce. Deuce 5 in this game.
You're familiar with Mr. Smith and Neo, right? From Matrix?
The Matrix.
Yeah.
That was
Well, Neo is not the sound effect. It's more the character's name. Oh. So that was actual.
Keanu Reeves in him.
He does. He
You
does.
see that? Like the
Yeah. You know what? That point though. Did you notice how Steinman and Marino drove every shot?
Just
Even
right
though
at
they
him.
were on the baseline, they drove every shot. No lobs. That was all drives.
Just change their sequencing a little bit.
Crafty Granger on the lobs.
This is
Oh, little twinkle toes there on the twirl.
This is one of these games where in the match, this could be the momentum shifter. Right?
It could be. It could be. Like,
you could look back if they win. If Marino and Steinman win this game, you could look back on this as like the shift in the momentum. If they lose it, that's a tough. We've said it's tough to come back from 5-1.
so Steinman taking the majority of these lobs. Oh, and there he goes. He gets aggressive on that.
Yeah, just letting Steinman kind of take those forehand overheads. Oh, and there's
Oh, and Ong with the attack.
quick like a cat. I mean, like, I don't think Steinman even saw or heard him coming. You know, he
Did
just
not have time to react.
those bright white Asics are just so soft on the paddle platform that I don't think he heard it. I don't think he heard him coming.
And there you saw Granger try to attack. Ball went away from him. Ong and Granger really getting more aggressive with their play here, trying to just put this match away in this game.
It's our sixth deuce of the game. I mean, this has just been a grinder game.
So again, you gotta stay focused. If you're Marino Steinman, stay in it, and if you're Granger Ong, this is your chance to put this away. Not allow him any momentum.
This is settling into a long, long point. Neither team really getting too offensive, but just seeing if the other will make a mistake. Constantly pounding Ong in the corner, staying away from Mitch Granger's forehand over in that right corner. You've noticed, like, they're going to Granger's side 1 out of every 8 shots.
Yes.
You know, just to stay away from his forehand.
And we did see Granger try to attack earlier, just like Andrew Ong did to win the last
Well,
point.
this is a situation where, you know, you can see Granger, like, when he doesn't see many balls, then he gets aggressive and wants to get a.
Those were
wants to
some
get aggressive. That was a great change in net
fantastic.
there.
Yeah,
Great gets from Marino over.
Marino, yeah, with some crafty hands, just so resourceful.
Now you can see Ong and
There was
and
Ong.
Granger have kind of shifted where they want Ong in that ad court. Now they've shifted back to have Granger in the ad court.
Yep. Oh,
Using
with a
lot
rip.
of Ong spin. Now they've switched back to trying to let Granger take some more of these overheads.
Marino with a good get there. This point
This
is
is a really good point. Oh, good shot. Take the
wow.
net. Now Steinman and
Steinman.
Marino take the net again. This is, I think, the 3rd time they've taken the net on this point. No one making mistakes.
We'll have to look at our stats crew to see how many
Live
hits.
Sports Bureau on the number of shots in a point in this tournament. This has to be up there.
Yes, 100%.
Shot tracker.
I don't know what the over/under is for most hits in a point in this match was, but I think this has got to be.
This is going to.
This is going to take the over if we're not
Yeah.
past it already.
I think FanDuel had the odds on this one at like a 40-shot point over under.
We're
Clearly
we're
hit the
well
over.
double that.
Yes.
Did FanDuel have a favorite in this match?
It was. I think it was a pick'em. I mean, 2 equally matched teams. A lot of stats on both of them.
I think it was on Penn, Indiana.
Vegas had a slight, Bet Indiana had a slight favor to Ong and Marino, or Ong and Granger. I'm sorry.
Well, Ong and Granger are the 2 seed in this tournament, so naturally,
Just a slight favorite.
slight favorite.
Yeah.
Oh, you see there. Oh,
finally
Ong
got
tried to.
him. Ong
He tried
got
to poach.
impatient. Ong got a bit impatient, tried to charge the net,
Yes.
and just really thoughtful shot from
Advantage Marino.
Steinman there to put it at his feet.
Okay, so the marathon point finally comes to a close. We've got add in Marino Steinman serving for game.
This could be the game changer.
Oh.
Just a missed volley opportunity from Steinman. After such a long rally on that last point, that's when he'd love to have that one back. Just kind of ran into the volley and put it long.
Oh boy.
Really good lobs.
I
there
looked
by
away
Ong.
for a moment, but I believe this point is still
Second.
going, and we're in deuce.
We are back in a deuce. This is the 7th deuce. I think the 7th deuce of the game. I mean, this is where it's either going to break the back of Steinman and Marino or shift the momentum back to their side. Just to get a hold here would be just massive.
There you saw one of the forehand rips from Granger.
Mishit that one, but he got lucky. Made it
Steinman
over the
wound
net.
up on that one, tried to hit it into Ong's body. He did a nice job to avoid it.
We're already coming up on over 2 hours in this match. It started just after 3 o'clock. The other quarterfinal was supposed to start at 4:30, so we've got wow, big point there for Granger and Ong.
Yes,
Advantage
add out.
Ong.
In the quarterfinal to follow here, we'll have local favorites Ricky Heath and Ryan Baxter taking on the 1 seed.
Game. Granger, Ong.
McInerney and Nolan.
They lead the second set.
They're the 1
5
seed
games
of the
to
tournament,
1.
but Ricky Heath and Ryan Baxter, I think 3-time champions of this tournament. So
That
that'll be a great
was a
quarterfinal.
big finish to that game.
Big break
Granger
for-
Ong.
Massive break for Granger and Ong.
Take a 5-1 commanding lead.
Love
big break.
15.
I mean, after the 7th deuce, to be able to get that
Right.
get
Finally
that
get it over the
break,
top. Yes.
That was a massive break for Granger and Ong.
Granger kind of took his eye off the ball on that serve and put it in the net. I think
Well,
I think that was just a relaxation after you've grinded
Just
for
grinded
so
through
long
that whole-
through that last
whole
game.
game.
Yeah. Great backhand there by Steinman. Oh,
Good eye by Marino.
Love 30.
So do or die moment here for Marino and Steinman.
what a great atmosphere we've got here at Woodstock Country Club here in
Do
Indianapolis.
or die moment for
Oh.
Marino and Steinman, but the
Love
Granger puts another one.
serving for the match, and he's just couple unforced errors. Thank you, Ron Bendis.
Thank you,
our,
Ron Bendis.
local favorite,
15-40.
cocktail extraordinaire. Very refreshing. Thank you, Ron.
Yes.
Game.
And that was they made
That was
quick
a
work
quick
of that
break.
game, but that
Really
was
quick break.
some unforced errors on the serve by Granger.
lead the second set,
And
5 games.
Quick
Marino
break.
Steinman take advantage.
Down 5-2. This
5-2
set's
on
not
serve.
over. That's not over.
I mean,
That's not over.
you're down 2 breaks, right?
Mike,
2
you
breaks,
want a
but
new
Marino, he's the crafty veteran here. If he can get
It's due if you want
keep
it.
the momentum, hold the serve, then the doubt creeps into Ong
You throw that.
and Granger. Right now, yeah,
Actually, only down one break, aren't it?
I'm sorry, I'm not jumping for that.
Right, you're on serve. You break once,
Two
it's
breaks.
tied 5-5.
What's that?
You're on serve.
They're serve, so 5-3. Then they need one more break. So down one break.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, because they just broke them.
Yeah. So you're still in it.
Good
And
talk,
you-
Tim.
Good talk, Russ. Good talk. Tell you, these guys go
Another new
through
ball.
quite a few balls.
A lot of spin from these guys. So yeah,
It is just tearing up those balls quicker
balls
than
are
you can
tearing
shake a
everywhere.
stick at it.
Lots of torn
Johnny
balls.
Baxter in the house.
Hey, John Baxter. Prolific
Live
power player
on the
himself.
broadcast. One of Woodstock's finest.
Got it, got it.
All right, here we go. Back to live action.
It's a big game here for Marino to be able to hold the service.
Yes.
Would be. I mean, he has to. I mean, this is the match. So let's see if Mike Marino
Okay.
can
15
channel
left.
his inner
Capitalize
veteran
with the first points there.
craftiness and hold the serve.
You know, I find, again, as a unprofessional platform tennis player, that the one serve thing just really kind of gets me for a loop. I'm better at the two serve format.
Not a lot of room for error with one serve.
There's not a lot of room for error.
You just have to.
It's hard to let her rip when you only
just
get
gotta
one
put it in
shot at
play.
it.
Put it in play.
These guys do serve a little bit harder than I do, but just barely.
Just barely. Yeah, I was thinking your serve kind of does look like theirs.
Oh,
Wow, that was
Steinman takes a rip at it into the corner. And a nice backhand by Andrew Ong. Marino with good hands to return it.
this feels like another long point.
Feel a little bit of impatience,
Settling
though,
in.
from Granger and
There's
Ong.
Granger's. You give Granger that corner forehand, and he just
15 all.
he's deadly, absolutely deadly. 15 all.
This
15 all.
competition is really phenomenal. This game is everything. I mean, it's living up to expectations.
I mean, for
Both
a
sides.
for a
30-15.
quarterfinal. I mean, we're going on 2 hours and 15 minutes. Really, really solid match here. You know,
Yeah.
after a 6-0 first set, I thought, man, this thing could be done quickly.
It could be.
And Marino and Steinman have they've grinded through that second set,
Credit to them.
and they're staying alive here
For
in
their
the third. I mean,
fortitude.
it's down a break, but they're staying alive.
Yeah, they could have packed it in, circled the wagons, and just Ong
there's
with the
Ong.
attack.
There's the Ong attack.
Good survival by Marino Steinman.
I mean, that is such a tough shot to put that down in the corner. Oh, they're trying to move Granger and Ong. They've got him kind of switched around a bit, but they keep pounding Ong in that corner, and he doesn't miss.
He really doesn't. He is so consistent.
Everything back. Oh, just as we say that, they finally found the spot in the corner.
40,
Put it
15.
away.
Game. Steinman. Granger on lead the second set, 5-3.
Back to live action.
Third
Good
set.
hold by Marino
Thank
there.
you.
So still, Marino and Steinman only down a single break. So after, a lot of adversity here in the second set, down 5-1 after a marathon game where Steinman was broke. Serve was broken. We're back to where they're only down a break. So if they can get a break here, Tim, you know, this is a totally different set than what we were talking about at 5-1.
100%.
Oh, and it looks like Steinman touched the ball. I thought Marino was there to get.
He was there.
But
Yeah.
I think it just glazed off of Steinman's racket, which great lob. Wonderful lob. Caught the back
Wow.
line.
Yeah, that was
Gives
nice.
Steinman
Crafty.
and Marino the net. We'll see if, and you'll see they moved
Oh.
Granger over to the forehand side and he missed.
Wide ball.
Missed it.
Wide ball.
15 all. This
This is the critical. I mean, this is it. This is for the match, right?
For the
So
match.
must win for Steinman, Marino.
Now they really try to get Ong into that ad position where he can just rip the spin shots into the corner like
Oh, got caught in the corner.
really
30-50.
strategic from Ong and Granger to get Ong into that forehand position to be able to
Kind of reminds me of when I was in grade school and I would get put in the corner.
just stuck in the corner having to take.
40-15.
Steinman got caught out of position there. He was in the transition. He was charging in and then
So this
Just-
is match point.
oh,
good shot by Marino.
great shot by Marino.
Right into Granger's back.
40-30.
Kill shot.
Staying alive. Staying alive. Staying alive. Another match point for Granger and Ong. See if they can get this done.
That's also the song they recommend to use when you're doing CPR.
Staying alive.
Yes.
The Bee Gees. I mean,
Well, it's more about the cadence than the words, but yes.
it's it's a good point.
Deuce.
Wow, and here we go. We've got a
We'll
deuce
talk about
match.
Granger and Ong's tendency for choke. Let's see if they can hang on. Back to deuce.
Now you've got Ong with that wicked spin. Man, he just keeps it grinding. Oh,
Oh,
falls just short.
add.
All right,
Ong
at
and
advantage.
Granger back to match point.
Match point. This is for all the marbles,
This is it.
at least
This
for
is
the quarterfinal match.
To get to the from the quarters to the semis. 2 hour and 18-minute match. This has been a grinder match.
Fantastic match. Great competition. And
back
nobody.
to-
Oh,
back
there
to
we go.
deuce.
Back to deuce.
Goodness.
Still alive. Great drive return from Steinman.
Yeah. Steinman's his two-handed backhand is just really, really strong. Constantly putting them in position where they, especially Granger's had trouble handling that.
Good get there by Steinman.
Surprised
He got that
Ong's man
two-handed.
bun has held up this whole match. Like
No repositioning that
No.
I've seen. I haven't seen him have to.
not a single like
Reestablish.
I think it's just one rubber band he's used the whole time.
Yeah. It's well done.
Big point here. Steinman.
And they're
They just
kind
they're
of
picking on
Oh,
Steinman in that corner.
Steinman couldn't dig it out of the corner.
No.
Advantage. Granger Ong. This is for the match once
Fourth or
again.
Fifth match point.
Is that right? I was going to say third, but we'll go with fifth.
Yeah. Maybe
Advantage Ong.
seventh.
I'm not good at math, so I mean, any prime number, just pick one. Oh, Stein with that rip two-handed backhand
It's been so effective.
and a good dodge and then dig by Ong.
Keeping it down the middle away from Granger's forehand because it's very dangerous.
Is paddle does do they have a professional platform tennis? I mean, we're this is
APTA.
this is what we're playing, right? This
Yeah.
is So
Lots of prize money in this tournament too.
$10,000, correct?
Yeah, $10,000 of prize money. It's a big purse for an APTA tour event, which is really amazing for Indianapolis. This is fantastic. We didn't talk about the trophies either.
These trophies, get out.
Yeah, I mean the racing capital of the world. To be able to walk out of Indianapolis with a racing helmet,
A real, genuine racing helmet as the trophy.
I mean, forget the prize money. That's worth it.
Worth its weight in gold. Well, or plastic.
Oh, just in. That was a great lob from Granger.
And this is for the match. This is... Steinman with great hands to manage on that drive and then couldn't handle to put it away.
What a great match.
What a great match.
That was a
Phenomenal
really good
point.
match.
Oh, my goodness.
That was a great match. And Tim, that was a great time just to watch a 2 hour and what's the match time? 2 hour and 24 minute match time.
That was
an
fantastic.
epic match, and
Are we broadcasting the next game?
I don't think we are.
Okay.
But I really
It's a
enjoyed
pleasure.
this.
It's a pleasure
Tim,
and an honor.
It's a pleasure. It's an honor. It's been a ton of fun hanging out and just really bringing some positive energy to this Indianapolis paddle tournament. Look, I mean, hundreds of fans continue to flow into Woodstock
They're
for this
flocking.
next quarterfinal match.
They're like
Ricky
seagulls.
Ricky Heath and Ryan Baxter, local favorites, looking to try and go out and really do Indy proud. But what a great match there by Mike Marino.
Fantastic match.
Robert
There you can
Simon,
see just a portion of what's going on.
Ian
There's
Drong
the other...
and Mitch Granger. We got to compliment all four players. That was a fantastic match.
No doubt, and just the grind and fortitude, the composure that Steinman and Marino showed to come back, win set number 2, and then take set number 3 into at least into deep territory. I mean, that's the level of competition. These guys are elite players.
Yeah. We will we'll sign off here from the quarterfinals. We'll have the second set of quarterfinal matches coming up here in about 5 or 10 minutes, and be back to you live here in a bit. For Chad Peterson and Tim O'Brien, thank you for listening and watching, and we'll be back with you here soon. Thank you.
I'm good right now.
You got one more if you want to go up.
I have to.
Got it? You got the seatbelt?
Huh?
You got the seatbelt? Be safe.
Seatbelt. Okay. What's that? This thing adjust?
Should adjust. You should be able to just pull it. Like a seatbelt, like a.
Hey, Graham, is the music too loud? You all right?
Doesn't matter. Can I get some upright?
All right, I'm good.
Good.
McInerney, what's McInerney for?
McNerney and Nolan. You got it written down? Do you have it written down?
I was going to right now.
Flip them both on. Yeah, they don't mind them having flip them both on. Yeah. So you have McNerney, Nolan.
Backs for each. Yep.
And then you got Heath and Baxter. You got Heath. You good? You need anything?
Good. Good, thanks. Thank you, guys. What's that? I'll be loud. I'm good. Thanks. Yeah.
Come on, Raph. Would you? Where? You need glasses? Hey, Zebra. I can go all night.
It's not about me, Tim. You guys ready? Yeah.
What's your name?
Jeff.
Jeff. Thomas.
Tom Nolan, right?
Yes.
And Graham, right? Yeah, I'm Jeff, guys. Nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you all. Good luck to all you guys.
What do you want to do, sir? We won the
Ricky,
toss,
good to
so
see you.
which one of them?
Ryan, good luck to all you boys.
We'll receive.
Who's okay? You guys are receiving?
Yeah.
Ethan Baxter's or you guys staying? Ricky? You're serving first.
Hello, welcome. I'm Scott Dorsey, coming to you live from Woodstock Country Club. We're at the Indianapolis Men's Open, and we've got an incredible match for you to come up here in just a few moments. I'm joined by Will Higgins and Dave Held. Hi, guys.
Hello, Scott. What a pleasure to be here.
Hey, Scott.
So we've got a great matchup. We've got the number 1 seed, McNerney and Nolan, against Baxter Heath, a couple local favorites. What do you guys think we're going to see here? It's going to be a heck of a matchup.
Well, first of all, let me just point out, I think what we're going to see for sure, no matter about the paddle, a beautiful setting for paddle tennis. I mean, the best that I have seen, and I've been all around the country seeing paddle, and the Woodstock Club is primo location, in my opinion, and we have to thank Brian Hagman, the pro here, for making the scene so vibrant. Agree?
Oh, yeah, Will. This is one of my favorite places to play in Indianapolis for sure.
Well, Will, I'll tell you, we've got a huge crowd here, too. The Indianapolis community has really turned out big, and the organizing committee has done a heck of a job putting this tournament together, and I also understand the trophies are Indy 500 helmets, so there's a lot at stake here.
Wow, I bet you that Mark Miles has something to do with that. A big fan of paddle, and he pretty much is running the open wheel automobile racing in America at this point.
Well, let's jump in, guys. So the match has started here. We've got Heath opening up as the server.
And staying back. Yeah, they're starting. It's smart to start real slow and sort of deliberate and sort of get into the flow of the thing. These guys have played a lot of paddle, so it's not like they're going to have nerves, but everybody's vulnerable to that.
Well, I'll tell you, the way the schedule unfolded today, both teams really haven't played since late morning, so they've had a long layoff. So I think starting slow, although that was a big drive, is probably the right approach.
Wow, yeah, McNerney's return, wow.
30-40.
Oops. And there's the break right off the bat.
Dave, why do you think Ricky stayed back on the serve?
Well, I've seen him play. Ricky and Ryan, Heath and Baxter played Thomas Nolan a few years ago, and they've played him before. He strikes the ball very well off his forehand and backhand, and I think he was just kind of see what he's going to do. Maybe Ricky hasn't played a lot of tournaments this year, so Thomas is pretty grizzled. I think he's 15 in the country currently, total singles ranking, and I think he was just kind of see what was going to happen. He hadn't played him in a while.
About 7 drives in a row. Kind of interesting.
Much more. Oh, I was going to say much more than some of the earlier matches we've seen where there's a lot of lobbing action. I think we're going to see more driving activity here.
15 love.
Yes, Ricky and Ryan like to play. Heath and Baxter like to play faster. Ryan is kind of the baseline guy for their team. I think Ryan takes a lot of the shots from the baseline, whereas Ricky's more of their net guy when they play together. With his lefty overhead, he has a real good cut overhead. So it'll be fun to see them attack Graham. Graham, obviously, McNerney, one of the best bowlers in the country, and he's super fun to watch. We saw him hit that kill shot there that almost Ricky didn't get. So he's a very good slash kill player. So if you give him a short ball, he'll end the point. And although Nolan and McNerney don't play together a lot, obviously, they would make a good team, good ham and egg.
15 all.
So don't you suppose Ricky, who has not played a lot of tournaments this year, or any perhaps, he will, as he gets into the flow of this match, we can expect to see him getting a bit better, improve along the way, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, no, I think that's right, Will. I mean, once he kind of gets in the flow, since he hasn't played a ton of tournaments, they had their first 2 rounds. I think they won pretty easily. So, kind of getting dialed in, and Ricky and Ryan will stay out there. Heath and Baxter will stay out there all day. So you just kind of find their feet.
It's interesting, too. It shows how international paddle has become. Ricky and Ryan, Heath and Baxter are both South Africans, and they came over here on tennis scholarships and stayed. And Ryan is a tennis pro / paddle pro in Louisville, Kentucky. Ricky works in the medical device industry.
So Ryan really likes to hit his cut overhead to the ad guy. It's kind of his favorite shot. It looks like they're trying to maybe pick on Graham a little. Graham doesn't bring a ton of offense from the baseline. He's got a nice, strong flat forehand. But he has a one-handed backhand. He doesn't really drive over it much, does a lot of chips, and kind of just gets the ball back. Whereas we know Thomas can drive his forehand and his backhand from the baseline. So we'll see if they're going to try to pick on Graham from the baseline, or what was that thought there?
Dave, I know Thomas and Graham have not played together that much. I think this is only their second or third tournament. Do you think that'll be much of a factor?
You know, there's such good national level players. I mean, maybe some miscommunication here and there, but you know, by and large, when they know where they're supposed to be, right? Graham's one of the best in the country. You see him pushing in. He's looking to sneak. I think he's such a confident volleyer that he's looking, sneak in, get in, win that knife fight in the net. He's not afraid of anybody when it comes to volley rallies.
That's the thing that is the most different between paddle now and in the late 1990s is the transition game is like huge. I bet half the points are decided on that, and he's one of the best, that McInerney at sneaking in and chipping the ball low at somebody's feet and then crashing the net.
I think you just saw there, as I was thinking that Thomas hits a lot of traditional overheads. He likes to hit a lot of roll overheads, which some of the best players do. And Graham, I know he's a tall guy. He's taller than me, so he's got to be about 6'4". Likes to hit a lot of waterfalls, so he can hit down on the ball, make those guys get in a bad lobbing situation where he can just kill it then with the next shot.
Okay, we're tied up 1-1, so that was a big break. And, Baxter with the underhand serve. Maybe the only guy on the court here has got the underhand serve, and he really takes some pace off of it. It comes in nice and low without a lot of tempo. Guys, do you think Heath will take most of the overheads at the net?
I would. Well, but as Dave said earlier, Ryan probably, but Ryan's got this wicked slash into the ad court and the ad court side screen that would be no picnic for Nolan.
Yeah, traditionally though, yes, Ricky does take more over the overheads because those lefties when they cut into the deuce side screen, it's just as Will knows and Scott knows, that's a tough one to play. It looks like Ricky's doing that waterfall to Thomas.
There's a case with the roller, it got away with it, but he could have gotten in trouble with it. McNerney was all ready and could have, was being offensive off of it, missed it. But, what do you think about that? It can be your downfall, too, don't you think? Somebody guesses on the roller, anticipates that really well.
Sure. Yeah, well, 100%. I agree. Yeah.
Oh, nice combination there with Thomas hitting the big forehand drive, setting up Graham for the volley.
30 all.
Dave, are you seeing more and more guys serve with the underhanded serve?
Yeah, some of the top guys are doing it. Johan Durant and Stephen Mitchell, obviously, some of the best in the country. Adam Morgan, one of the top players in the country. Yep, he just keeps the ball down so that big drivers can't get a good look at it.
Mm.
There, Will.
Yeah. Wow. Well, we're on serve. 1-2.
Yeah, Baxter Heath with an early 2-1 lead, so they got to be feeling pretty good about that start.
One serving two.
There's a scene of the lovely Woodstock Club. Bucolic.
First tee on the golf course.
We're down in a ravine that I like to call the Valley of Death.
Clay courts going in.
Yeah, brand new clay courts. This is like an advertisement for the club. Membership interested parties apply within.
Love 15.
Okay, we got McNerney serving here in the fourth game.
What is that, love 5?
Love 15.
Nice, interesting transition.
A lot of times you don't see Ryan Baxter close the net off a lot. He likes to kind of volley from 3 to 4 or 5 feet behind. He's not super aggressive at that, but he'll come in for the kill shot. But he's one of the best volleyers off the net. It's amazing. He's got such soft hands.
I mean, because he doesn't need to crash the net. He's got such good hands. Also, don't you think it's possibly because he's not very tall? Ryan, he's probably around 5'6" or something.
Yeah,
don't you suppose?
yeah.
I think if he was real tight, he might be vulnerable to a quick little chippy lob.
Correct.
Looks like Ricky's starting to get into rhythm there with some nice cutters. Baxter really pinned to the screen there.
So who are they working on? It looks like more they're working on Ricky. Would
Yeah,
you say?
maybe they're thinking, hey, he hasn't played a lot of tournaments. Let's see what he's got. Ryan is a tremendous defender of the, ad court back there. He'll stay out there all day and hit those high lobs, two-handed lobs, and
30-40.
Maybe they're feeling him out, like we talked about, just kind of seeing what they got.
Well, the more balls he hits, the better he's going to get. I can tell you that. Uh-oh. Oh. Ah! Great get.
Okay, nice get.
Great get. This is a great point. Patience.
Looks like they're just kind of moving the ball around. Thomas likes to hit that roller.
The no look. Got him. Oh, huge point. Now it's deuce. That was. So, at that point, Baxter and Heath did not get off an offensive shot, really. They just played that very close to the vest.
Add out.
Another break point. Looked close, but they played it. Paddle is the most honest sport, you know?
Nice get.
Great.
Oh, it's in? Okay. They're
Wow.
going to take over
Wow.
the net. Oh, they both wanted it.
Oh, no. Oh, my God. He just. Yeah.
That was kind of right on the heels of maybe a little miscommunication where they're both loading up for the overheads.
So, back to deuce. I think the longer a game like this goes, the more pivotal it becomes. You do not want to lose this.
Just like the weight and magnitude of it feels like it.
Yeah,
increases,
you
right?
had chances. You had several ads, and you. Oh.
I don't like that play. With
Ill-advised.
Ricky, just a little over-aggressive.
That was
At
kind
a
of
deuce
ill-advised
point,
charge.
and
Yeah.
he's charging into an overhead.
Yeah. Now, of course, he might say that could pay dividends later. At least, it makes McNerney think he might do it again. But at deuce,
No reason to force the play. All the pressure's on the server right now. I mean, they're up 2-1.
Yeah.
Let's grind a little bit.
grind. That's the word, isn't it, Dave? Hey.
Hey, Ludo Aaron here, tournament director.
Special guest.
We just heard that Marcus Ericsson tomorrow will be giving out the trophies, and the trophies for this tournament is a helmet of the Indianapolis 500. So he will present those trophies.
Won the Indianapolis 500 last year.
Awesome. So again, if you are in town and want to come by and check it out live, we'd love to see you.
Marcus Ericsson. Wow.
Ludo, that's outstanding. What a thrill that's going to be tomorrow.
This sport has arrived.
They didn't have that good at trophies back in the day, Will?
Well, actually, I won a Volvo wagon one time. And what I like to think of as the golden age of paddle.
Will, have you actually won this tournament? in the
Yes, I
past?
have won this tournament, and I've been in the finals a couple times. Defeated the great Mansiger Goodspeed team.
Oh.
I believe it was 7-6, 7-6, something like that. They won a bunch, but they didn't win that day.
So Baxter
This
Heath
is a
with a really
long,
important
long
advantage.
game.
I think, like
Huge.
Will said, this is a big. The longer this game goes, the more pressure it's putting on Nolan and McNerney to get it done. Because then Heath's going to be serving.
And Scott, do you think it's more exhausting to play a long game serving or returning?
I think serving. I think it really wears you out when you're the server and the game just keeps going on and on. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean to go.
Plus, your arm gets a little tighter every time you got to wind up that just one serve you get.
The mental fatigue from it is.
It looks like Ricky's settled in a little more too.
Oh, yeah, right. And there's the break. 3-1. Ricky needs to play. He's a flowing kind of player, though, and I do believe needs to play sort of not wild, but kind of a little unconventional. Would you agree? He's an unconventional cat. He's big. He's left-handed.
I agree with that. He's got shots that most guys don't have, and I think that unpredictability can be a real asset for him.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of times, these guys don't necessarily play traditional paddle. They see shots and they take them.
What? Oh, 5-all? I guess it was out. Oh. Oh.
They get a new ball. There's a good one.
I would say this is a huge game for Heath and Baxter to consolidate the break.
15-all.
Yeah, Thomas, Thomas Nolan can drive. He's a little better on those defensive overheads. You need to kind of make sure he can't smack that ball.
Thomas has got a tremendous backhand. We haven't seen much of it so far, but I would expect he's going to give that backhand a rip as the match wears on.
15-30.
The great ones break right back, they say.
this is the strongest field we've ever had, actually, for the Indianapolis Open. I think is evidenced by Baxter and Heath actually being unseeded. So we've got some real talented teams here in Indy this weekend.
Not to mention Marcus Ericsson giving the trophy tomorrow. That's an indication of depth.
That's got to be a paddle first, wouldn't it?
I believe it is.
Indy 500 champion giving out paddle trophies. That's huge.
Yeah. Oh, nice little charge.
Boy, that was a nice charge.
Oh, he'll get that. No.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness. My goodness. It's as if he definitely caught Heath by surprise.
That's now 2 times Nolan's charged in, so they got to be wary of whatever that little pattern was that's giving him that opportunity.
30-40.
Ouch. 30-40 break point.
Ricky kind of serves and waits to see what happens to determine whether he comes in behind it.
He does, yeah. Ah, hit him.
Okay, tough overhead there.
There's the hollow apology.
Twice he raised the hand and tipped the hat.
Yeah.
They wanted me to mention that the Karani Wagner Lofgren Schumacher other quarterfinals on the other live stream now. They moved that match over.
But stay here with us.
There's no talking on the other one, Will, so they want to stay with us.
Yeah. This is amusing, isn't it?
Head in.
Had a 30-40, now it's add in.
Not seeing a lot of driving from McNerney and Nolan at the baseline. They're not able to do much.
Ouch. You. Yeah.
Game.
How about that? Neck four takes him to 4-1. 4-1. That's a big break right there.
It's the little 1-4, not the big 4-1, though. Right? It's one break. Look at the crowd, all drinking, liquored up.
We got a Masters Cup there that Baxter's carrying around with him.
How many? What do you estimate the crowd size? 4,500, 5,000.
Dave, when you
5,000 people are here.
How many people? I'd say 5.
We'll take 5,000.
5,000.
I'm thinking, yeah.
What were you saying, Will? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What was your question?
Dave, I was going to say when you get a net cord winner like that, do you apologize?
You usually put your paddle up, but you don't mean it.
Yeah.
I know, Will.
It's the hollowest apology in sport. Yeah.
Maybe on the weekend game you say sorry, but certainly not a tournament. Little shout out to my partner Dan Donovan. He is one of the nicest human beings, and sometimes I'm like, Dan, cut down on the apologies, buddy.
He is a real gentleman, Dan is.
It's kind of a rub it in too, Scott. It's not necessarily an apology. It's like, yeah, sorry, but not sorry.
Exactly.
That looked a little unsteady there by
That's the best
Nolan.
way to win a point in battle. Hit the net.
Guys, what do you think we need to see out of McNerney and Nolan to kind of get back in the set here?
Oh, it's good. I think they just need to be super patient. They haven't had many errors out of Heath and Baxter in a while, but if they hang in there, they might. I mean, it's very difficult to hit through Baxter. It's the third time. I think he's 0-3 for those transitions. Nolan.
Baxter have really good hands at the net, so it's a knife fight. It's tough up there.
Yeah. This is an enormous point. Oh, Ricky.
Oh boy, I'll tell you. I think Baxter Heath had a chance to take over the net there, and they didn't get up in the transition.
think we see more Will and Scott in today's age, like with the serve and staying back. A lot of these guys have the returners are, it's a returner's game, and they're so good. The ball comes off those so hard. The redrive is almost better.
40-30.
Yeah.
You can get them. You can get them in transition.
Yeah. Yeah, it's coming off the screen hot and high. There's
Oh, caught
now
the
they
line.
got an ad.
Caught the line.
This will bolster their spirits if they can hold here. McNerney and Nolan. Ouch.
Rams had a couple errant forehands there, just kind of not hitting down on them.
So who looks the loosest on the court? Who looks the most relaxed? I'd say Heath.
I think Ricky and Ryan seem just like they should be here. They feel like it. At one time they got up to 5 in the country. I mean, they feel like they can play with anybody. That's for sure.
They've played together a lot, that's for sure. Just not recently, but they've got a lot of matches logged historically.
They won this tournament here.
Yep.
Ouch.
Tell you, Nolan and McNerney have a nice temperament, though. They're very nice guys, very even keeled.
And there's the hold.
They're not going to get rattled easily. That's for sure.
No, I don't think. And we all know. We just saw that last match. You can lose the first set, win the first set 6-0, and lose the second set 7-6. I mean, your paddle's crazy. You can always come back.
Momentum can tip quick, can it?
Yeah,
Boy.
these obviously McNerney and Nolan have played enough to paddle. They know they can come back.
Heath went to the shorts, so we got kind of a unusually warm day here in February, which is really nice.
And yeah, well, if you had legs like that, you would go to the shorts too.
Good point.
Now that is maybe overconfidence. He's tried to punch that firmly for a winner, an inside-out, handcuffed backhand winner. And he's good enough to do that, but
A couple quick errors there by Ethan Baxter on the service game to go up 5-2.
this is about this
I don't.
is it's either 2-5 or on serve at 3-4 after this.
It's like that magical game 7 of a set, right? I mean, that's meaningful.
Yeah, this is the time to really bear down. So turtling, super fast. I'm going to go out and have a cigarette, and when I come back, this will still be going. You think he gave up the net on purpose? They wanted to play it back?
I was just. I guess I thought Heath would have not tried to hit a half volley there, and let it hit the screen, and then lob it up. But I don't know what he was doing there.
Yeah, he did. He kind of retreated as
Yeah,
McInerney went for that drive off the screen.
Yeah, that is a crazy thing to do. It's 15:40, and missed it.
30-40.
But that's Heath being Heath, which is generally works out pretty well for Heath.
Service good. Yeah. Back one.
Some patient points here. There's that backhand.
Oh, good eye, and we're deduced.
Okay, deduced.
From 15:40.
20 or 4.
And there's the So, 3-4.
New ball.
Quick momentum shift there with 2 games in a row for McNerney and Nolan.
Yeah, that was huge.
Yeah, I think this is. You need to stop the bleed here. Then they're going to win 3 games in a row. Going to turn the tide mentally. Ricky, I think Heath and Baxter had a little, get up on him there for a second.
Yeah, and the secret now seems to me for Heath and Baxter is just to refrain from hating the game right now. Just to hang in there. They're on serve. It's even. But gosh.
I tell you, it feels like the crowd is still building. We've got a nice fire pit, toasty warm fire outside. We've got a big stack of bacon inside here in the clubhouse that smells fantastic.
Lots of players are assembling. There's the great George Higgins. He's watching.
There, Will?
Actually, yes, he is. Sasha Higgins, his lovely wife.
That's your brother Jeff.
It's my brother Jeff Higgins. All Higgins.
Talented.
All Higginses play paddle. That's just
talented family. Super talented family.
Did your parents play, Will?
No, they didn't respect it. Dad played tennis.
Okay.
Now, so all the momentum is with McNerney and Nolan. We'll see if Heath and Baxter can steady up.
Win one for the Helds, will you? Get revenge.
Oh my gosh!
Caught the line?
Yes,
Caught
it
the
did.
Boy, look at Heath.
But the transition's so good they didn't even run in on that.
Heath not taking the net on a couple of those. He's happy hitting the groundie and then staying back. Feels like McNerney and Nolan are just starting to find their groove.
Yeah, they seem more confident. Their body language is is better, isn't it?
It really is. They're moving quite a bit better, I think.
Yeah.
I think someone mentioned they hadn't played since 10 a.m., so maybe they're just getting warmed up.
What do you think about the hometown advantage? These Heath and Baxter are local guys. Is there any advantage? There's a big crowd here. Any advantage to that, Scott?
I'll tell you what, I think both teams are so experienced. I'm not sure there's a big advantage. Maybe a little bit. I think we'll probably get a little extra cheering for Baxter and Heath on the big points.
And maybe the court, they've played on this court a million times in practice, and, sometimes just
Well, that's true. In fact, Nolan's never played Indy. This is his first time taking a look at Woodstock. McNerney's been here a couple times.
But in general, I think a paddle crowd, in general, roots for the game, want to see great paddle. They have their favorites, but they want to see a battle. They want to see well-played paddle.
We're getting our money's worth so far. I'll tell you what, guys. This is a very competitive first set.
Yeah, and the match before this was just a great match, too.
Good. Boy, Baxter lobs well. I mean, those things.
Very good two-handed defensive lobber getting out of the corner.
All of it's behind the service line.
Heath did follow that drive, and I think it paid dividends. Put a little more pressure on Nolan McNerney.
5:30.
Dave, what do you see that McNerney and Nolan are trying to accomplish when they're up to the net? I can't really tell who they're picking on. Just mixing it up.
30 all.
Yeah, it does seem that way, Scott. I'm not seeing a huge pattern. I mean, obviously, when Graham's in the traditional power position, Thomas is hitting the roll forehand to Ricky's corner, and I know Graham likes to hit a lot of waterfalls, so that's what we just saw there. Trying to get them in the spin cycle once he gets his overhead going.
A couple nice drives. And they've taken over the net. 3 drives in a row there.
40-30.
That was
He
big.
wants that one back. He saw that. And Ryan usually he makes those volleys. I know he
Camped
does.
on the net, all ready for it, and missed it.
Caught it. Caught the baseline.
Yes, it did.
Looks like McNerney's putting a little more action on these overheads.
Oh. I think what they're trying to do, I think they're going back and forth. They don't want the hitter, the guy in the back, to get a groove. They're going Baxter Heath.
Boy, second time we've seen Ryan miss a volley right there. That same sequence.
4-4. Although that time he was off the net quite a bit, but you know, like sometimes a guy in the back can, if they hit him like 5 in a row, he starts working the point and starts controlling the net people. But if he only gets every other ball, it's hard to really, do some juju. Yeah.
So 4-1 turned into 4-4.
Mm-hmm.
This is a big game.
I think
This is
they
a huge
called that
game right
serve
here.
out.
Oh,
I think
really?
The serve was good, guys. Yeah, it was on the line. It was actually inside the line.
So, well, we're reporting 15 love, Dave.
Graham just missed that.
Good duck, 30 love.
30 love.
If that would have clipped him, that would have been McNerney Nolan's point.
Yo. Yo. Yo.
McNerney and Nolan are lobbing well. They're not allowing Ryan Baxter to hit that nasty slash into the ad side.
Another miss by Graham. I know. He usually
Yeah,
doesn't
you're
miss
right. You're
those.
calling that. That's another long forehand.
Yeah, I know he loves those shots.
And they're high forehands, right?
Yes,
He's taking them
he
up
wants
high.
to hit those all day.
It's sort of a classic letdown. They hold a huge game and then they're cooked, and they get broke and they lose a game at love.
Oh, big backhand there. Missed
A
it.
little wide.
That was good.
Maybe.
I think that was on the line.
Well, no, they're going to play it. They're going to
How about that?
overrule.
Okay.
That was
40-15.
close and a big point.
Yeah. Well, chair umpire Patrick Harrell, we know, is one of the fine. I think that's Patrick up there, isn't it? Oh,
I think it's
Well,
I think
sorry.
It's Jeff Lautenbach up in the
oh,
chair.
Jeff Lautenbach. Well, yeah, I trust Jeff.
Be interested to see if that call comes into play here.
Nolan and McNerney getting real patient.
What a sequence for Ricky.
That was a
Thomas
monster.
almost jumped that waterfall that Ricky hit, but Ricky was able to recover. Got it just high enough.
So that's a big hold. Get back on track at 5-4.
Huge.
Guys, I was just doing a little temperature check here. We're at 6:15 and it's still 43 degrees. So
Wow.
that ball's got a lot of hop to it.
Oh, my goodness, yes. Yeah, no, it's a perfect night for paddle. It's a perfect night for paddle.
A fan thought the ball was out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, we're getting some fan feedback here. That ball was out at 40
The ball Ryan
love.
called out was out.
It all worked out. It all worked out. Baxter Heath ended up winning the game, and they go up 5-4.
Well, yeah.
Baxter's playing really patient. You know, we just saw a big backhand there. He's got big cannons on the forehand and backhand side. There we go. He's starting to drive it more.
Hey, George, text Dorothy. Oh, okay. Ah, clever. Very,
Forehand to the crack, Nick.
very clever.
Got him.
Dave, we haven't seen many like cutters up at the net. Do you think it's not yet? Do you think we'll see some throughout the match?
I mean, Graham's usually one of the best, and I think Ryan's just like Will said, is doing a tremendous job lobbing deep.
There haven't been many opportunities to just do that.
Oh, it's out. Good call. 5 ball.
15 all.
You see those guys are hitting most of their overheads from the service line. So that means Ricky and Ryan are getting those lobs up.
Some really good lobbing, and I'll tell you, both McNerney and Nolan are tall. I mean, these guys have some real height up there at the net.
Yeah.
Looks like McNerney trying to really work that side screen.
It's a good lob. McNerney is so poised. He just.
Boy, they're pulling him back to the service line in every lob.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Ah.
Got a big one. I know he wants that back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tremendous point.
Mm-hmm. We should be timing these points. Oh, ouch.
I don't, a lot of times we all do it, but when someone hits a hard ball, why do you try to hit a lob off of a no man's land shot? Let it hit the screen, let the screen absorb the power. Nice easy lob. I know Thomas is probably like, what was I thinking?
Because it's such an unconventional thing when it's like hitting a ground stroke to an open court. It's the thing you just never do.
Right.
There's that guy. He likes that waterfall.
He really
And
does.
again.
Yeah, throwing a bunch of waterfalls in there, and then Thomas really likes that roller.
Yeah, as much as Graham has that great spin overhead, he likes the waterfall just as much. He doesn't.
Oh,
Okay.
Caught dreaming.
We've got a
It's
set point
got a
right
set
here.
point.
This is a big one. Nolan wasting no time. Got that serve. Got that
Wow,
serve
he
out
went
quick.
for that backhand on the set point. Wow, good for him.
Oh, they both wanted that one. Dave, on really big points like this, do you find top players get more patient or less patient?
That's a good question, Scott. I think if you're at the net, you just play your best shots. Don't try to do anything crazy. Don't try to just end the point. The pressure's all on the the other team to win this point. Just stay steady.
you got to really calm yourself down, right? Make sure keep the heart rate steady and just keep breathing and stay
hurry
calm.
in paddle. No hurry. This is the time to grind.
Patience suggests confidence in paddle. In tennis, they say fortune favors the bold, but it's not that way in paddle.
Not necessarily.
I mean, you can't be timid, but you can't just be bold.
Will, I know you like the chess analogy when describing
Yes,
paddle.
I consider. Well, I didn't make this up, but a wise man once said, "If tennis is checkers, paddle is chess." I will. You can quote me on that. Oh, might be on my tombstone.
Maybe the longest point of the match right here at a big moment.
Big.
This is
Well, you also see that McNerney and Nolan aren't really trying to drive crazy balls. Everyone's just waiting for the right one.
This paddle is so often a game of errors. Somebody will screw this up, and as good as everybody is, it won't be a winner. It'll be a loser.
This is exciting.
McNerney's big overhead. But he saw it. He got on top of the net for it.
Amazing patience by both teams.
Such focus, such Zen-like focus. Ow, that was dangerous. He didn't. He regretted it as soon as he did it.
It's a high one.
Try it. Yeah.
Looking to move.
Oh my God! It's a lob. A lob goes long, and doesn't that just?
First set going to Baxter Heath. How about that?
Yeah, on the cardinal sin, the long lob.
Yes.
I mean,
followed by the missing it wide.
Yeah.
Missing it wide may be the worst lob in battle.
Hey, see, how you doing?
Okay.
You gotta grab his hand and just take that.
Be like a little like.
What? Oh, sorry.
Just said I'm not.
Is he not coming through?
No.
Oh, nothing.
Lean in.
No, a little bit, but you just can't hear you very well.
Okay. Right up. Okay. Oh.
Set number one.
Hope everyone enjoyed that first set. That was really an incredible set of paddle. 6-4 going to Baxter Heath. Guys, what do you think? As you kind of break down what just happened there in the first set, and what do we expect to see in the second?
Well, Baxter and Heath righted the ship there. They were up early, and Nolan McNerney came back, but they were able to grab those last two games. So I think we'll see another set. I think McNerney and Nolan will put it born together here. We'll see.
Back and forth. I mean, serving at 4-2 and getting broken, but then regathering and got to hand it to Baxter and Heath.
You really do. Yeah, they were up 4-1.
Yeah.
And then
serving at 4-2.
McNerney Nolan tied it at 4-4, and then they took care of business. Not much of a break between sets. These guys are right back at it.
Yeah.
115.
Big forehand into the net. Well, I always find the first game of the second set is a big deal, right? I mean, like momentum resets pretty quickly.
Yeah, I agree, Scott. It's good to get right on top, especially with Heath serving again.
Yeah, this is a huge hold.
15 all.
Another loose error. You get Thomas a little frustrated with himself there. Yeah. It doesn't seem like McNerney and Nolan are pressing, but they've made just a couple uncharacteristic errors. Just loose errors, we call them, right? Loose errors. Now there's another. Yeah, just that.
That's maybe just over respect for Heath. To bunt that little thing wide by 2 inches.
30 all.
Kind of a sloppy start.
We went from really long patient points to some pretty quick ones here as we start the second set. Heath really taking most of the overhead action.
It's like they're just kind of content to be patient right now.
Yeah, Dave, you surprised we're not seeing
Oh, there goes a big one.
drive?
Yeah.
I mean, there was one, but we're not seeing a whole lot of drives from the baseline.
No, we're not, no.
Oh,
Like
Like the idea. He was not ready for it.
Good sneak by McNerney. And your brother is one of the best sneakers in the game.
My brother sneaks in on. He comes in on cat's paws.
His hands
Nobody sees it.
are remarkable.
Remarkable
The
hands.
little angles and touch he has around the net, dastardly.
Oh, there's the game.
He gets it from me. Well, so they hold. That was big. So what do you think after dropping the first set? They stayed on the court and they just continued to play. Do you think it would have been wise for McNerney and Nolan to take a breath, come in, grab some water, walk around a little bit, and let the others cool off?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's not really a break in between the first and second set, so.
You can leave the court.
Yeah, maybe they didn't think they needed it, Will. They felt pretty good.
Yeah, set finished up 6-4, so we didn't even see a change of sides. So you're right, they jumped right back into the action pretty quick. I think one of the challenges McNerney and Nolan have, they haven't played that many matches together, so sometimes you don't know which partner is going to kind of turn on the offense. When do you stay patient? When do you allow your partner to step up and be a little more aggressive?
Yeah, that's true. Whereas Baxter and Heath know exactly what each is going to do and when. And they know, I think it helps to know them in a personal way too, to know their personality, to know how they're going to react in certain situations. It's almost the paddle team is kind of like a marriage in that way. It's a real partnership. If it's going to be good, it needs to be.
Sure, and maybe if you're playing a new partner, you're playing a little tentative because you don't want to be the guy making the dumb errors.
I agree with that.
I can see that for sure.
I think you kind of go into apology mode a little more because you want to try to do so well for your new partner. Super talented, nice guys. McNerney is from Pittsburgh and Nolan's lives in Boston.
Big hit by Baxter there.
It's kind of like you're on a first date and they say, "Oh, do you like squash?" And you go, "Oh yeah, I love squash." And bam,
boy, Baxter
giving him the business. And repulsed, repulsed. But that's loose though. You can tell he's very confident at this point.
Baxter had a victory yesterday. He and our buddy Eddie Burns won the 90s.
Congrats to them.
Congrats to them for the big victory. Their fifth Indianapolis Open 90s title and their 9th title overall. Eddie was quick to point that out for me this morning. he actually called it one for the thumb. This is a treat for us to have live streaming here in Indianapolis. First time for this tournament that we've had a live stream.
Well, everybody seems to understand the gravity of this point. It's gone on forever. Oh, feel free. They can hear our snappy rejoinders.
Yeah, it looks like maybe Nolan and McNerney have tightened it up,
it's a great point.
Oh, that's a loose error.
Why move your feet? Why?
5 all.
So is it 5 all? Oh yeah. Okay, thanks. Wow.
Hey, the crowd is still really, really strong this evening. Really enjoying some great paddle.
I think there's some bourbon tasting going on too, Scott.
That probably helps.
Might have something to do with it.
Dave Baxter playing both the 90s and the Open. He's the only one of the 4 who played both days. What do you think? Is that advantage or disadvantage?
Well, you definitely get you warmed up for the tournament, but boy, I tell you, he's younger than me. I mean, it's hard. It's hard.
That's a
Your
lot of
joints are a
matches.
little achy. Even, it's tough.
And we know playing with Eddie, he's taking
Yeah.
most of the action yesterday.
But I'll tell you what, Baxter is fit as a fiddle. He always has been. He's done some MMA actually, some mixed martial
Has he
arts.
really?
Yes. Yeah, he. You don't want to mess with him. He's a fire plug. Yeah. So.
Yeah, he's a pit bull out there, that's for sure. He'll fight till the end.
Boy, and so is Heath. I mean, both hyper-competitive guys.
Everybody is just so patient at this point. This game, well, I mean,
Yeah, this definitely seems a little more classic paddle, a lot of lobs, a lot of positioning, looking for the right shot.
I
Did you
missed
miss
it.
that one? Yeah.
Yeah.
Little sharp angle there for me. Looks like they're kind of slowing, everyone's slowing it down.
Oh.
30 all.
30 all.
Calling it on himself there. He saw it too. He's a very fair guy.
Guys, with the righty-lefty combo, how much do you think they shift strategy throughout the match to have kind of one guy take more of the overheads? Do they just let it flow, or do they try to shift it back and forth?
I think traditionally the lefties take a lot of the overheads. I mean, unless there's a sun issue, because it's a really hard. Most people see righty overheads in the ad, so they're used to that. But the lefty overhead, it's tricky in the deuce. It's tricky for right-handed players for sure, because it runs away from you if they hit it to the back screen.
I mean, the laws of physics are the same for a right and left-hander, but only 10% of the population is left-handed, and so nobody sees it as much. It's an alien thing.
Is that right?
1 out of 10. That's what I'm saying.
And I think lefties hate playing the other lefties. Will.
Yeah, yeah. Who
I
does-
think you're right. I think you're right. And Ricky's got a great cutter. He can throw all kinds of spin on it.
I'm left-handed too. Okay, so we got it. We're breaking the odds right here.
A lot of patience. Another really long point.
a lazy reach after all that. Yeah.
Nolan's got a great pop back.
Yeah,
It'll be
he's ready to
interesting
pop on that one.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if he tries to bring that out a little more. Oh, big rip.
Man, what a great shot.
Oh, boy, bottom of the
Yeah,
net.
I don't like that.
Bottom of the net.
Maybe he saw a little hole there, but
For a
the wise man would lob, Will.
Yeah. He believes in himself, though. You've got to like that. But 1-1.
I keep waiting for like the wicked cutter at the net, but no, the guys aren't taking the chance on that. And they're probably not getting that many short balls, but nobody's really hitting a big.
They're getting no short balls.
no cutter.
I'm sure they would do it in a heartbeat if they could do it. Every lob's going to the service line or deeper.
This one's critical.
There's one of the Baxter's. He can volley that ball from right there where he is, about 7-8 feet off the net, and it's pretty amazing. And they put him in the baseline team in a defensive position there too.
Wow.
Once
Yeah,
again,
because that is a
just-
bomb
that's
coming
hard-
from McNerney.
Well, he's not even near the net.
No.
Look at that. He's pushing it right back to the baseline.
Boy, you're right. You're right. He is way off that net. Baxter's hitting a lot of those overheads in the side screen.
Those are cool.
They're just doing a little ham and egg.
Oh,
back
thank
and
you so
forth
much.
with those,
Thank you.
With those overheads.
Ludo Aaron, great pro from Meridian Hills Country Club, handing me a Manhattan. I appreciate that.
Important to stay hydrated, Will.
That's what I say. Well, this is grind paddle, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you can see they've all kind of calmed down, and it looks like this could take a while.
But it's so interesting, a paddle match. It'll suddenly explode and and change very quickly.
See, Graham's just very content to just loft that ball way up there.
Several times he's been sort of caught by surprise.
Yeah, Thomas he's looking for that shot. They've gotten beat a couple times with that one.
Ricky is really just working the middle. He's really working that middle. Dave, how do you think about variety at the net? Is that really the key? Just mix up all kinds of shots?
I like the idea of never giving the opponent the same ball twice. If you hit a roll forehand or you hit a cut or a slash or a bunt, just don't let them see the same shot, because then they kind of get in a groove. If you keep hitting the same overhead all the time, they're going to get in the groove of seeing that ball.
Does that go against what you're seeing from Ricky a little bit, where he's just kind of tossing it into the middle every time?
Well, that Ricky does Ricky.
He also is doing a lot of waterfalls as well.
He is. He's starting to mix it
That's
up.
good.
On
the
by
line.
Thomas Nolan, got himself out of there.
5:30.
I could see Heath hitting a couple more roll forehands at McNerney and just kind of mixing it up a little.
He seems to be working it to McNerney's backhand, who knowing that he's probably going to lob that back.
Yeah, that's a pretty safe ball, because Graham doesn't drive that ball.
Yeah.
Looking for the short ball.
And if you were Nolan and McNerney, Scott, who would you want hitting the overheads? Ryan, Baxter, or Heath?
I'd want to see Baxter. I think Ricky's just kind of more unpredictable, and that lefty spin is tough to handle.
Another great volley by Baxter.
Yeah.
Service line.
Wow.
I've played doubles probably 3 or 4 matches, just fun, with Ricky as my partner this year, and I don't hit any of the overheads. Well, I kind of cover like the doubles alley.
Great
and
slash
then
there.
Ricky covers the remainder of the court.
I've seen that before. Yeah, he can take all
He
the
really can.
overheads.
He literally can take the entire court.
He's 6'2" or 3", I think, with long arms. I think he plays like he's 6'6". And
Very lanky, yes.
Yeah, yet super nimble.
Hey, both of you guys come from remarkable tennis families and paddle families. Dave, who in your family first started playing paddle?
Well, it was probably my dad. And Will probably got him out there, my guess. And Will was my first guy. He used to beat up on me when we first started. He loved
Is
playing
that
those young
right?
tennis
Is that
guys.
right?
Yes, we go way back. The Helds and the Higginses. for me, I'll tell you, my family goes back to tennis more than 100 years. I have a trophy.
Are you serious?
Won in my grandmother was the tennis champion of Andover Academy, a prep school out east, in 1912. So we've been winning titles for more than a century.
That's outstanding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I believe Will was part of, my dad were part of the 5-0 national champions.
Yeah,
Tennis. Right?
Yeah, that's true. It's true. Yeah, we were partners, in fact.
Yeah.
Dave held senior.
So, Dave, with your dad playing paddle, what age did you and your brother start playing paddle?
You know, I toyed around. I toyed around with it a little in my 20s, not much. We didn't play much, but right around 39, 40. So I've only been really playing serious for about 10, 11 years.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm 51 now. Yeah.
Same with Zach? Same with your brother?
Well, Zach started probably, about 10 years ago,
Okay,
but he's
about the
10
same.
years younger than me.
Yeah,
So
well,
he
there you
started
go.
at
There
late
you go.
30s, which is a better place to start. But Will used to drag us out there every once in a while and beat up on the young guys. So
Yeah, and you told me you regretted that you didn't start earlier at one point, Dave.
yeah, I wish, finishing college tennis, I wish I would have started playing in my 20s. Would have been a lot of fun. I got to room with my buddy John Baxter when we were in school together. And we always wished right after college tennis we kind of just went on the circuit and played. It would have been a lot of fun
I
back
didn't know
then.
you guys were roommates. How about that?
When we went to when I was in medical school, he was in law school. And we were roommates together for 3 years.
Okay, back to this match. They're up a break and serving and got all the momentum right now, McNerney and Nolan. So I'm getting a cramp. Feeling better. Hey.
Looks like McNerney and Nolan have steadied up like we thought they would. We haven't seen them make any errors. Or Graham just made a fantastic volley there. Boom, another fantastic volley. So this is going to be a battle. Heath and Baxter have their work cut out for them now. Looks like Nolan and McNerney are in the match here.
Good hands right there.
That was a really good roll forehand by Thomas.
Do you feel some players seem to play better behind and other players are better playing ahead? How do you figure, Scott?
I think there's always a tendency that, sometimes when you're behind, I think you might be a little bit little looser. I'm not sure. I think it kind of depends on the kind of mental strength and fortitude of the player and the team. I don't know. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, I agree, Will. Some personalities like to be the, out front horse, and some like to come from behind.
No.
That was a big forehand by Baxter there.
15-30.
I remember talking to my former partner, Bill Fiedler, a national champion, and he said he credited his success with his desperation to win. He used the word desperation. I mean, he just wanted it so bad.
30 all.
Oh my goodness, more booze for the announcers. This could get interesting, ladies and gentlemen. This could get very interesting.
Big point here, 30 all,
Yeah.
2-1 serving. Heath a little aggressive there. Thomas is content to stay back against Baxter's return.
Short.
really moving it around. They really are. They're hitting, kind of alternating between one player and the next.
No.
Ooh!
There's
ouch!
now
A
that-
sloppy volley, and it's 3-1.
Yeah, you know, and that when we saw in the first set, McNerney missed about 4 or 5 of those, which he's not missing anymore.
Yeah.
They've tightened up. They're playing solid.
Heath is caught on his heels a few times, it seems to me. No offense.
I was just reflecting, guys. Not a whole lot of variety relative to Aussie or poaching or hand signals. You know, looks like everyone's kind of playing it pretty straightforward, don't you think?
I think nobody's having trouble with anybody's return, so I don't.
Kinda
No,
wanna mix
no
it up.
need
You don't
to.
think it's too
Yeah,
creative,
yeah,
yeah.
no, nobody's.
Yes, no reason to mix it up yet.
I think I'm just used to my serve getting peppered, and I've got to throw more variety in the mix.
Hey, you boys, don't return any drinks. Okay? That's all I really-
Good
Great
lobs.
lob. Great
Nice
lob.
gap.
So good. Nope.
Is that out?
Yeah.
They missed it.
Yeah. So wow, love 15.
Great defensive lob by McNerney there. You saw he hit that real hard cutter, and he just lofted it. Graham's just patient.
Love 30.
That's because of the lob, right? Got
What-
Baxter
what-
back
what-
with some real
Looked like he
That
missed
was
it, just
good.
shanked it. Was it in? I didn't see that one.
No, it was
Yeah, I
not.
think he shanked it into the side screen.
couldn't
Maybe he
see.
lost it in the lights.
I didn't know what happened there.
very, very deep lob.
Okay, Scott.
Go, keep going, keep going.
Oh, bail out, and he missed it. Oh, whoa.
Thomas knew to get out
Like
of the way
it,
there. He
like
didn't wanna
it.
get hit.
Our tournament director, Ludo Aaron, joining us. Ludo, any scoring updates on the other courts? Do you have any sense of what's going on in the Lofgren match?
I think Lofgren lost the first set against Wagner, and it's a tight second set. That's what I believe. But again, maybe viewers can check out that now and again, just go back and forth. But I believe that's a tight one as well.
Fantastic.
Oh, McNerney doing a little charge there. He's looking to sneak in. Boom.
See.
Oh, nice
Good
touch.
dig,
Great
good dig, good dig.
Oh, he wants that back. I know that was.
He wanted to celebrate the dig with a win.
Huge game right here, really. Baxter Heath got to turn the momentum around a little bit here with the hold.
Oh, whoa. Back to deuce from 5-4.
Fantastic.
Hope everyone caught the Ludo Aaron's commentary. He's foreign accent. He's Englishman. Further evidence of the international flavor of paddle tennis. This would be a big save. Down 540, right?
Sector.
Boy, Heath looks so casual over there, doesn't he? I'm looking at his
They're
feet.
trying to pick on him a little bit.
His
Then-
feet are just planted, and yet he has no problem.
Oh, yeah. It just seems like a little too much.
I know Rick can be a little impatient on some of those plays. huge point right here.
Great lob. He comes in. Wow. I'd say
another great volley from
but McNerney showing a lot of confidence coming in on that. It's a different team than it was half an hour ago.
Which one of you was on speaker? What's that? It was after we one of the guys had called one of you. And one of you was like, you didn't just roll castles all day. It was pretty funny.
Very patient point.
Are they talking out there? Oh, golly, and it's 1-3, or it's 1-4.
Yes. 1-4.
Oh.
Big loss of serve there.
Oh. With Heath, between his acts of brilliance, he'll have some mental letdowns, it seems to me, throughout this match.
Okay, 4-1 in the second set. Big momentum change here.
Yeah. Again, 1-4. 1-4. No, it's different. It's quite different.
I saw you went home.
Looking around a little bit, crowd's still going strong. We got a lot of paddle ahead of us tonight.
Yeah, we got the semifinals.
This
That's
is
right.
only a quarterfinal match. Well, good thing we have lights.
It's entertainment.
What else would you rather be doing on Saturday night? This is as good as it gets.
So I totally agree. It's interesting. In paddle tournaments of yore, the semis and the final would be played on Sunday, and the Saturday night would be a dinner dance where you'd have to wear a blazer and a tie.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. And I think this is a lot more fun than that. Yeah, some band playing China Grove and that kind of thing. Oh, Ricky.
Looks like Nolan and McNerney are kind of taking it at Heath now. See if he's going to start giving him more of those errors.
It's like, if you're Heath, don't you have to tell yourself, okay, there's no time limit on this. I have all night, and not to rush it. Don't you feel? I feel like he's rushing.
A little bit now, looks like it. And then it's like Ryan had to get that point there.
You start rushing, and a paddle match can end very, very quickly.
Game. 5-1.
So Will, is that game over? 1-5. Well, what's your philosophy? I've had people. You win the first set, you're down like 5-1 in the second. Do you try to claw your way back in, or do you just give it up? Let's go to the third. You know, don't wake your energy. Don't waste energy.
When you're this age, you shouldn't have to worry about energy. And I think what you try to do is get competitive again, play some long points, and just get back in the match. And but obviously they're in bad shape for this set. But they need to. They can begin righting the ship right here with a hold.
Put up a little bit of a fight.
Got a hold here.
Baxter making another great volley from the service line. A little let cord. There was the sorry, not sorry.
Love 15.
Dave, do you prefer to start a match or a set serving or receiving?
Boy, nothing particular. Just depends. Probably receiving. I like to get warm, get into it. Maybe the receiver isn't ready. The server isn't ready. to serve.
So kind of start a match out receiving. What about?
I think so,
What
but
about
I don't
as you
know,
enter
Will?
like a second or third set? You guys, is that any factor?
No. I agree with Dave, though. It's not. Oh,
Baxter with the
that's the
cutter.
first
There we go.
one.
I've
First
been
cutter.
waiting for the cutter. It finally arrived.
There's your cutter, Scott. If people haven't gotten a good warm up, then you want them serving because you could get a cheap break fast.
Graham's. Yeah, I don't know what that was. You hit over that one-handed backhand. Yeah, what just Will said, I think, Scott. Yeah, sometimes receiving, you can get a quick break on the server.
Sonny Higgins waving to the booth. Next great Higgins. Oh my goodness, that was a rip. That was a rip.
Graham's making all those now.
Boy, you called that, Dave. He's really found the groove here in the second set.
Yeah, I don't know that Graham's missed one or two balls this set. He's
Dave, he missed that forehand. Graham with the forehand
Oh, he
right in the
didn't
net.
swing?
He
Okay,
did.
okay.
He did.
So it's it's 40-30, right?
You know, you can see sometimes. I mean, Will, obviously, you know, like you said, you're up 5-1, maybe a little let down. I mean, by Nolan and McNerney. Well, there you go. There's Graham moving in.
And a cutter from Heath. It's 1-5, and they're pulling,
Well,
out,
he
pulling
lost
out the
that.
cutters.
That was a really shitty cutter there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Can you say that? Can you say that on?
I think we just did.
God damn it! Don't say that.
Add in.
I shared this with Dave earlier. One of the highlights of my day was watching Dave on the live stream this morning with his brother Zach calling the match. And I'll just say Zach was very critical. And he had a lot of constructive feedback.
Brother on brother.
It's too bad I couldn't have emceed his match. He lost.
Turnaround is fair play.
Well, okay. That now they serve for it at 5-2.
5-2.
Occasionally, this you can see you're looking at a paddle court, but it's like nature. You're surrounded by nature, and occasionally you'll be playing paddle tennis at the Woodstock Club here, and you'll see a bald eagle flying overhead. Not kidding you. Sometimes two bald eagles.
5-2.
It's quite a distraction. You play a let on the bald eagle. It's our nation's symbol. Play a let.
Looks like our scoreboard jumped into the third set, but we've kind of got it. We've got it corrected again.
If Heath and Baxter can get this game, then maybe, like you said, Will, they're going to claw it back a little. Well, there you go. Yeah.
15 love.
Oh, tight.
Two quick errors.
Yeah. Because, yeah, this set is not over. They win this. They hold, and then serving at 5-4. Ouch. This is a disaster. Just handing it to them.
Baxter and Heath have kind of lost their patience.
But they're thinking they're on to the third set.
Another cutter. With the score a little more out of hand, we're starting to see the cutters.
I think, you know, that's the thing, Scott. Yeah, there's another error. You know what team, like we were talking earlier, if you like to play from ahead, you know, if you give these guys a big lead, they get a little loose. All of a sudden, like you said, Graham's going to go for those cutters, kill the point quicker because he feels confident. You know, that's a thing. That's a real thing.
So now Ricky Heath will start the third set serving, I'm presuming, right?
think Ricky, definitely, always serves first, unless there's a sun issue.
This will be a monster game. They'll take a break. They'll take. How much you get? 10 minutes in here. A lovely wife
Our very own Ricky Heath
outside.
just entered the booth, guys.
Oh, Rick. Oh.
Thank you for that. Oh, yeah.
Voice of reason in here?
Kevin McKinney, everybody. Handy or flap? Always willing to flap his gums.
Flap his gums.
What do you think, Kev, so far?
It's nice to love to watch Ricky. I hope it doesn't go to a third, though.
He just went to a third.
Oh, it did? It says 5-2. Oh, it did? Okay. No, nuts. You're not supposed to curse on this.
Sorry.
Shit, well, that's not good. That's not good news.
So how are we going to fill this long void between... Dave, don't you sing some?
Definitely a gap in the action here. I know Baxter and Heath are going to stretch their legs and take a break and make sure they come back refreshed and recharged.
And it'll be a whole new ball game, that's for sure. They will re-up their intensity, and then it'll be hard once you've been cruising like McNerney and Nolan have been, and then suddenly the other team stiffens. It's a whole different ball game.
Yeah, we need to righten the ship. Yeah, we're right. Yeah. This first game is going to be critical for Baxter and Heath to show that they're still in the match here.
So I don't know Nolan.
He's from, Nolan is from Boston.
He's good.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, Thomas Nolan is, I think he's individually 15 in the country ranked, and Graham is 11.
Yeah.
So they're really strong.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Strong
I
players.
haven't seen him on the YouTube, but he's strong. He's solid.
Well, he doesn't show up on film. He's a vampire. So you'll not see him.
What it was?
You'll not see him. But he's
How do you
tough.
know that?
Well, because you have not seen him, and I know you've been watching a lot.
You have something we don't know about, Will?
So new ball, right?
New ball, and Ricky Heath took the longest break. He needed to recharge, reboot a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You could tell McNerney and Nolan are like ready to go and kind of not so fast.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
So
they didn't need that break in between the first and second set we talked about.
So what's the
Heath to serve.
strategy here, Will? How does the Indianapolis team? What do they need to do, these guys?
Well, I just think they need to, everybody just needs to steady up, don't they? It's a game of errors, and the first set, Nolan and McNerney made them, and the second set, Heath and Baxter did.
First game's huge for Baxter.
Got
and
to
Heath,
hold.
Don't you
Got
think?
to
Yeah,
hold.
they've got to hold and kind of get back on track.
Yeah, got to establish themselves as.
Yeah, Ricky being really strong server. Typically, they need to win this game and establish a foothold.
Looks like Baxter putting a little more jizz on his overheads, juice, I meant. But I think that you have to remember that a team that was super hot 5 minutes ago might cool off, might be a different team. Just a few minutes later, and not panic. Don't you agree? People come and go throughout a match.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely will.
Well, yeah, McNerney missed the service return on the first point. Ooh, that's in. They're playing it out.
15 all.
Scott, help yourself.
30-15.
That was in there. Oh, I must have missed 5 all. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Thanks.
Couple good serves by Heath to the deuce side.
So 40-15, good start so far for the team of Heath and Baxter.
See, Graham just looks so patient with those lobs. He's willing to just launch them up there, take his time.
All good lobs, too. The depth he's getting, even off his back foot, is quite impressive.
Tell you, good patience from Ricky, though. Looks like he's kind of settling in.
Ooh. That's a good lob. Ooh.
Do you guys feel like lobby is any easier?
I'll take it. Oh, huge hole, huge hold. Who do you think?
Some applause from the crowd right there. That's where kind of the local flavor comes in. That's a big game.
Yes, it was. Oh, thanks very much. So who do you think lobs better, McNerney or Nolan? I think McNerney does.
I would agree with that. I was just going to ask you guys, do you think it's easier to lob off the backhand or the forehand side, or do you think it's pretty even for the good players?
I think the backhand lob's a lot easier because if you're right-handed, whichever handed you are, because it's out in front of you. You can get a nice carry follow-through with it. What do you think?
I tend to agree. What do you think, Will?
Yeah, I absolutely do. It's easier for me at least to throw it up with the backhand because also you're not tempted to do anything fancy with it either because it's your backhand.
Sometimes a little more power
Yeah,
comes
takes
into play on that
takes your
forehand lob.
brain out of the equation, which is always a good thing for me. Smart, he lets it go through.
No one let it go through.
Yeah,
Very
all
smart.
day, all day. They just walk over into their positions.
Yeah, I was chatting with McNerney this morning, and he likes playing both sides. He mixes up quite a bit, where Nolan tends to play outside more often.
There's that overhead from Baxter that's big cutter into the ad side side screen.
Side screen, yeah. He goes side back screen on those.
Ah, great volley from way out. Yeah, ball's coming down too hard.
That ball just kind of dies right there in the corner. Smart play right there. Backs with a couple of volleys right off his hip.
Looks like Baxter and Heath have that same energy they had in the first set. Now, kind of back at it.
It's amazing sometimes what a little 5-minute break will do for you.
A lot of patience. You see how Graham just extends that arm with that lob, Will, and just launches it up there.
Such a great point, though. To the untrained eye, this is watching paint dry. But I agree. It's awesome. What a volley there. I like the way Nolan sneaks up.
Strong little shot there by Heath. The ball stayed very, very low all the way through.
And that's some good hands from Nolan because Ryan Baxter feeling it.
Hard to believe whoever wins the match has got one more match this evening.
I notice Heath, after in the middle of a point, he'll go to his hat, like, several times. He'll hit a ball, then he'll adjust the bill of the cap.
Whoa! Oh, nice volley right there.
Yeah. And now we're back again. It's almost like soccer, so hard to score.
Really impressed with all the lobbing. I mean, there are a lot of overheads being hit at that service line.
Well, that is probably the most important shot. It's not the flashy shot, but if you don't lob well, this thing's over in a hurry.
Yeah, that's what you got to convince those new tennis players that come to paddle is that lob sets up everything else.
So tempting when your tennis players want to hit everything hard, right? Just all ground strokes.
Checkers, as they would say.
Guys, what do you like to see from a height of a lob perspective? Do you like variety relative to tossing it real high versus some lower ones?
It depends on what you're looking for, Scott. I think, the high ones are defensive, get you out of a hole. If you're bad, above the lights, get it up there. But, if you're looking to kind of be a little more aggressive, maybe a low, quick lob to kind of make the net guy think about what he wants to do, and you're ready to attack him. So a little bit of both. Oh, great volley by Nolan.
Nice little drop shot there.
Big point. That was a big point.
When do you take the roller off the bounce, and when do you let it go in, Dave?
Now, what's your question there, Will? About the roller?
Like when Nolan's hitting that roller?
Off the deck, or you let it go into the...
like right there.
Oh, you mean for the defensive
Like
guy?
there.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, well, I think you got to protect that mitt, right? If you see that roller coming to the mitt, you don't want to hit that. That's almost a guaranteed win.
40-30.
Shot of the crowd there. Handsome group of people. Well dressed.
At least 3,000. Ernie missed volley.
Game of errors.
Baxter's used that drive off the screen selectively, but it's very effective.
Yeah, you dig that out. Get him digging.
Whoa.
He'll dig those all day. He's really good at that.
Oh, what hands!
Boy.
Hit the neck and kept it.
Going after him now with that roll. It's scary to, like you said, Will, if you let it go to that nick, you could be in trouble. See, now he's blocking it. He's trying to protect that nick.
Well, you called that, Dave. As soon as you said that, he hit the neck.
Wore him down. Do you think that... Yeah, I mean, that would be physical, not just physically, but mentally taxing, too. Fighting off those nicks 3, 4, 5 times, and then it's like, screw this.
Deuce.
Love that, they say.
I haven't seen Graham pull out that big spinny overhead. Oh, yeah. Oh, Baxter going for it. Yeah, I don't know, maybe he's content with his just kind of bunts and waterfalls. And hasn't really picked that big slash overhead he has.
You're so right.
But it's hard to hit a big slash overhead from behind the service line, isn't it?
Yeah, you're right. Heath and Baxter are getting those lobs up. Look, they're hitting every overhead from the service line.
Another good get by Heath off the nick.
Add in.
Yeah, we've seen very few drop shots, no cutters, but it's all indicative of just how deep the lobs have been.
Don't try this at home.
Boy, boy, that is a reachy volley. Ricky's got to not, you know. You stick your arm out, you're going to lose it.
Deuce.
Oh, wow. Nolan with an error. Back to deuce.
Yeah, Dave, volley form and paddle, you want to kind of keep that paddle in front of your body as much as possible?
Yeah, most people say frame it, Scott, right, from your shoulders to your hips, just a frame there and keep it with a backhand volley. Some people like their forehand volley, like I do, but the classic paddle is,
Nolan redeeming himself on that point.
Nice little bang point right there.
Yeah, keep your backhand volley in front of you and just deflect it. That's what that's the way it's taught. And don't reach. Just frame your body.
Guys, at longer points favor McNerney Nolan. What do you think?
I don't know. Like I said, we know Ryan's extremely fit. Ricky just hasn't played a lot of tournaments, So I don't know if that's a thing or not.
Oh, there's Ryan with a little gamble. It shows confidence, I think. Not desperation.
Good. You don't want to let the net team just think you're never going to do anything.
At this point, and could have forced that. You might say desperation, but no, not in this case. That was confidence. Ryan's hot right now. Oh,
I don't like that.
Deuce.
Unnecessary aggressiveness.
No.
It was your ad there, and you could have got a better shot, right? There's always a better shot, Will, right?
And what's to be gained? They would have just reset and.
Ooh, kind of both went for it.
Great lobs by McNerney, just pushing him back.
I think when Ricky's got to get out of Ryan Baxter's way, when Ryan wants to hit that big cutter into the ad court, but Heath is standing right there, blocking that.
I don't know if Ryan's seeing something that he wants to hit that. Like I said, usually I know these guys, they have the formation. Ricky hits hits most of the overheads because of the lefty stuff.
Add in.
Been a complaint from a listener. There's been a complaint
Shout
of a
out
listener.
to Tom Weesey from Pittsburgh, my old high school junior doubles partner and partner at IU.
Who objects to your foul language. And I second that. Let's keep it clean here, Dave.
I think Tom is the highest ranked old person in the country in Open. him and Andrew Ong are about 20 in the country.
Oh, look at that. There
there's the
is the
trophy.
view of the beautiful Indy 500 Indy Open helmet.
Oh, Andrew Ong came and corrected. They're 15 in the country. Tom Weesey is my age. He's 51. He's 50 in the
Wow, and
country.
he's still out driving at night. I love that. Love that.
Nice get by McNerney right there. Crafty little volley by Heath. It's nice to know we have an audience out there, guys, listening. I appreciate the feedback.
It was a huge hold. We were jesting, but it was a huge hold by McNerney Nolan just now. It's 1-all.
Ryan with Nolan, below the net.
Nolan is really good at charging at the transition, but they've nullified that, haven't they?
Love 30.
A rare volley miss
A little bit of a
by
reach
Ryan
there.
Baxter. And now we're love 30, I believe.
Yeah, good one. Got it by Thomas. Thomas is on the net. Big point. Heath and Baxter need to get this. They're down love 30. They need this one.
We got a final in the other match, guys. Wagner, the 4 seed, beat Lofgren and Schumacher 4-3. So they're through to the semis.
Well, we have the tennis pro from the Woodstock Club here, or the man responsible for the resurgence of paddle here at the club, Brian Hagman.
What am I supposed to say here, Mr. Higgins?
What a thrill it is for you.
Well, no, I appreciate everybody here. The showing and support we've had over the last couple of days with the 90s and obviously today has been tremendous. I'm not a hero. I'm not a hero.
You are a hero. Yes, you are. You're a freaking hero. Yeah. 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 Mm-hmm. He's a hero right there. Oh. That was
attempted to cut her there.
This thing has changed.
I'm there. 21.
I love counting, so I'm there.
I am too. I got it. It's 21.
Will, more scenic views here from Woodstock Country
just
Club.
Charming, isn't it? Look, you too could be a member at the Woodstock Club. Rates are reasonable. People are nice. It's friendly.
Tell us a little bit about the golf course. It's a 9-hole course, right?
9-hole course. I've played it one time. Not getting my money's worth from this club.
Not a great example of a well-rounded member.
It. Yeah. Paying for the damn thing, playing once. I can't count that high. Very, very bad at golf. Nolan to serve.
Team love.
So now, what do Heath and Baxter have to do? They got to regroup here, Dave. This is getting away from them.
Yes, you're right. You got to slow it down. Can't be too fast.
Guys, what do you make of the McNerney's hand signals there? Is he telling Nolan where to serve it? Because they're certainly not poaching.
I didn't notice that, Scott. Did you think that they've been doing it more?
McNerney, I've seen it a couple times. Yeah, McNerney will give a little signal to Nolan, but there's no poaching involved, so I'm guessing it's service location. See if you notice it next time around.
I think they're talking about where to have dinner. 2 fingers is for Applebee's, 3 is for Chili's.
Could be one of the great steakhouses here in
Could
Indianapolis.
be, yeah,
but
many of the great independents.
I'm not sure they're going to be open late enough.
Right. Yeah. Ah! Oh, man, what a...
McNerney, yeah, he's on top of the net like that. He's not going to miss that volley. Yeah.
So 30 love. They are
Looks
rolling.
to be slipping away.
They were
here a little
beginning.
bit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You.
Great, tough volley. I would say McNerney and Nolan are oozing with confidence right now.
They just feel like they've settled in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They're not in a rush. Ah.
Oh, my.
Oh!
And he missed the follow-up volley.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that cutter very often from McNerney, but boy, is that effective. Okay, look at the hand signals here.
Serving wide and staying home.
Yep.
Look how they switch so seamlessly at net. It's not like a team that has never played together. You know, they they really are comfortable with each other as peers.
Oh, the roller got him. No hand signals here on the deuce side.
Get ready. Game.
Oh,
3-1.
1-3. One break, little break.
1-3.
Need to right the ship here. Got to get a hold by Ricky.
Love
Man,
15.
you can wouldn't even need to see the score, and just by watching these four guys walk around, you know who's winning.
Body language is the real deal, isn't it? You can tell.
So true.
Good slash overhead by Heath there.
Super strong slash overhead there. Tough mentally when you feel like you can't close out a point, isn't it? Boy, it just takes tremendous patience.
30-15.
30-15?
Sorry, not sorry.
Sorry, not sorry, right there.
Is that out? It looks like the score. Okay, the ball was out.
30 all.
So 30-30.
Oh, followed up with a fault. 30 all.
Ernie with the charge. He's playing loose.
He went over the ball instead of the cutter at that point.
Taking those out, hitting those lobs. Look, they're all hitting their overheads from the service line, if not deeper. If Kramer setting the point with a big sky lob, boom, just throwing it up.
If Heath and Baxter, you know, the key is that you need to think positive all the time. And there's not a lot of positive stuff to think about for them, except they could think, well, we made him hit another ball. And here's another one. And here's another one. And count your little victories. Well, bend down and hit another one, guys.
Nice hands there. Huge game right here, really.
It's really the match.
High follow through on those lobs for McNerney. Boy, he just
Really
tosses.
lifts it up and
He
out.
really
That makes
does.
it very big. You can tell that's a good. People should emulate that.
Yeah.
People are hitting one-handed lob. Look how he really just extends his arm, gets that ball way up there.
Nolan with the two-handed lobs. He keeps that two-handed backhand posture all the way through. We got a little freeze in the action right here.
Go, go, go!
Something's really happened. Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
He's on a live feed too.
Yeah. That's right. Oh,
40-30.
gosh. A little miscommunication or something there.
40-30.
Big opportunity.
They're laughing and having fun, like you said, Will. They're loose and they're just playing.
Oh, that's
What a
that's
shot.
a nice move. And he didn't gamble. He didn't risk too much. It didn't work, and he just
Nice little
threw it
reset.
back in. Yeah.
Switching back sides, like you said, Scott, that Thomas likes that ad.
Impressive. I think McNerney likes to play both sides and plays with a variety of partners.
Always fun to have a great net man.
There, oh, again.
Oh, what touch.
Oh,
What
I like
touch.
it. Oh, I think the ball was wide. It looked wide to me. Yeah. My goodness.
Oh,
no.
big game right there.
Yeah. That was the
Baxter Heath right back in the set.
the score is it'll be McNerney and Nolan serving at 3-2.
3-2. There's three serving two.
Betsy Cronin, everybody, into the booth. She's claiming
Oh,
she's
we
learning a lot.
got a view of the draw here. Fantastic.
Three serving two.
Pittsburgh team came here, obviously moving along. Hansen and Hirsch. Dan Hansen is from out east, I think Connecticut or New York, and Hirsch is from Pittsburgh, yes.
Upset the 3 seed.
Pittsburgh, a hotbed. There wasn't a player back in the day from Pittsburgh who was very good, Martin Sturgis. Wonder how Martin Sturgis is doing. He was hard to beat. Ooh, what happened?
You know, guys, Indianapolis has a long history of hosting big sporting events. You know, this is certainly one of the big ones on our timeline.
Right with the Super Bowl and the NCAA.
Yeah, I mean, it goes all the way back to the Pan Am Games, Final Fours, Olympic trials, the Super Bowl, and I've been fortunate to be really involved with the Indiana Sports Corp, the first sports commission in the U.S. that was started over 40 years ago.
Wow.
And a couple events I'll highlight for you guys and for our listeners. We are hosting the NBA All-Star Game next year. Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun?
That's
Yeah,
so
yeah.
great.
Utah just kind of finishing up this weekend. In fact, it's All-Star Weekend in Salt Lake City, and we're next up, which is really fun. And then we also have the Olympic swimming trials in 2024. And then a nice lineup of Final Fours and regionals, and lots of college basketball still coming.
Scott, what was you had a role in the Super Bowl, if I'm not mistaken, in bringing the Super Bowl to Indianapolis. What did you do?
I did. I was so fortunate. I was invited to be on the host committee for the 2012 Super Bowl. Worked with Allison Melanchthon and Mark Miles, two just remarkable leaders in our community. And my job as a volunteer was running marketing. So I got a chance to kind of lead all the marketing committees. And we leaned in heavy on social media. So this is back in 2012. We were the first Super Bowl to have a social media command center. and we were monitoring all social channels, primarily Twitter, 24/7 to provide the best experience we could for Super Bowl guests. And it was so well received that the NFL has now mandated every Super Bowl since has to have a social media command center. We had Roger Goodell come through and tour the space, and it was really special.
Fantastic.
We had a little loose game there by Baxter Heath. They need to get this one. Oh, that's not a good start.
115.
That was a quick game. I think I didn't finish my history of Indianapolis sports, and the game was already done.
And Will, the only time, or Scott, you remember, I thought Indianapolis was like the amateur sports capital of the
That's
world.
right. I mean, that was kind of the tagline, for the sports commission back in the early days. Then we snuck a Super Bowl and a few professional sporting events in there,
including this tournament. Now, this is paddle tennis has become professional. There's 10 grand. Oh, get it! There's 10 grand in prize money awarded to these players here. So
now we have the best trophy in the APTA.
And they get a helmet.
A real helmet.
Yeah, the $10,000 purse is the largest we've had, I think, by a big margin.
Oh, but Heath was going to close on that beautifully. That was a good read.
Big point here, 30 all.
My goodness.
2-4. We need this one for the Indy boys.
Yeah, this is a must hold. Oh no! It's like a recreation of
Ricky.
the first point. Well, he's such a good baller. You can't believe they're going at him with really a 3/4 speed. Nothing. No offense.
Boy, Baxter's consistent with that underhand serve. Oh, what a shot.
It's 5-2.
5-2. Indy team's got their work cut out for him here.
5 serving 2.
It's not that we're rooting for the Indy team. Well, yeah, we are. We are rooting for the Indy team, but
That's
yeah.
a real live Indy 500 helmet.
Yeah, man. That is nice.
I was lobbying for some prizes for the 90s backdraw winners, but nothing was really delivered yesterday.
15 love.
Boy, Nolan and McNerney look very comfortable, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
No. 30 love.
Yeah.
Nolan speeding up the pace of play here. When you got a rolling like that, you just don't take time between points.
Yeah, I agree, Scott. That's one of those things where you just
40 love.
kind of.
Look how quick he's going to deliver this serve.
Keep
oh
going.
yeah,
Just
boom.
roll. Yeah, look, they're just going.
They can feel it.
Game, set,
The match is over. Well, it was.
Boy, that was a great
good
match.
It was a good match. It was.
McNerney and Nolan, they righted that ship. And the first set, they didn't. Heath and Baxter kind of, we got it back to 4-all, but they got 2 games. But then after that, those guys didn't make many errors at all and just kind of steadied up. And, that's why they're the number 1 seed and they moved on.
You can see the talent of Ricky and Ryan, but you can also see a little rust in Heath's game, I thought.
There's the draw. Ernie Nolan moving on to the semis at the bottom there. I think we're doing the semis tonight too, fellas. These guys are ready to go. I think we got the Ong and Granger match. Hanson Hirsch coming up.
Man, that is a lot of paddle, isn't it? But of course, if they didn't play all day but one match, it's paddle is really, it's just turned into a night thing, which is cool.
Well, these teams played 2 matches in the morning, had a long break, and then 2 in the evening.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a full day.
I really like the way paddle tournaments are going.
Thank you all for listening.
Yeah.
Well, they're coming in 2 seconds.
Taking a break.
Really enjoyed it. Thanks, everybody. We'll take a break and be back with the semifinals.
Are you going to do it? I said, it's already.
Yeah.